All right. Last time on Dungeons and Dragons, what did we do? Where were we? Not in this room. You're in this room.
We started in space by the asteroid. Asteroid? Meteor?
Adventures
What's the
in
difference?
space. Neither of those. It's a comet.
All right, now what's the difference between the three?
An asteroid, a comet, and a
Isn't a meteor specifically have to do with entering atmosphere?
Yeah, I think a meteor comes to Earth.
An asteroid just floats, and a comet is a specific type of
Like in a orbit.
rock.
Yeah, I think comets are something that's mostly not stone that is in a predictable orbit around a star.
Up.
It's kind of like a
ice.
yeah, it's like an ice.
Yeah. So apparently it's just primarily composition. So asteroids are rock and metal, comets are ice, dust, and rocky material.
Yeah.
And a meteor is a meteoroid that enters the atmosphere, and a meteorite is one that survives entering atmosphere to land on the surface of the Earth.
Mhm.
All right, now that we have our definitions correct, what are you guys doing on this comet trail?
We think this is where Mother Winter is, and we had the option to approach from a couple of different angles,
Mhm.
and we decided to fly behind the comet towards it through the tail.
Yep, which produced what sort of result?
The best?
A skill challenge.
Da-da-da-da.
Wait,
Correct.
there's 2 additional complications that we didn't trigger?
Yeah, I was just putting it in there just for shits and giggles.
Interesting.
But those are the
Hmm.
two you guys didn't trigger.
Mind bleed insanity sounds fun.
So, I think yeah, we're trying to figure out what it is that we're gonna do, and so I think I called out to the Winter Fae because we saw, like, spirit visages of Winter Fae and then demons.
Yeah, so there are faces in the comet trail.
Mhm. And so I, like, called out to the Winter Fae saying, "We're here to rescue the queen." And that triggered a lot of people, including the entity that we're pretty sure is Avar, which is
Mhm.
like a giant elemental guy with something very aberrant in like its belly area. And I think it was Griffle that asked if this looked like the elemental thing that we encountered at the Temple of the Redeemed.
Mhm.
I think she was asking that about, didn't we, weren't there like, when we got into the room, there were
I mean, when you get into when you
bird
were
guys?
on the outside fighting against the Balrog husk, that was when she asked the question, not about this guy.
Mm.
So,
At one point, I talked to Al Shaib, and he was talking to this thing. And it was saying that they should have a bargain, and he was saying he was kind of like deflecting.
yeah, which of course, is not a problem at all.
Hmm.
And what sort of became of, because there was a bit of one of those three-way call moments.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
so
don't
we
think.
were or go ahead.
No, I didn't take good notes on exactly what happened with the conversation, but yeah, I do remember he was talking to me and it at the same time.
I think essentially the result of our skill challenge it's possible that some of us involved in the skill challenge didn't understand how we were impacting said skill challenge. um, but the result of our bargains and contracts thing was essentially to Al Shaib giving us information about how to deal with Avar, um, in a way where he could speak to both of us, but we were receiving two different messages. And so that Al Shaib could essentially distract Avar from impeding us from getting inside the comet. And I think like the most important part of it was Al Shaib said something like, if you I will give you the name, Avar's like actual name, which will allow it to be bound to our reality. But I think we have to speak the name to a being of power, which we think is Mother Winter.
Hmm.
Am I remembering this correctly?
I think so. Like, we know having the name isn't enough. There's like a time and a place to say it, and
Mhm.
we will be able to do it when that occurs.
Yep. Anything else?
So aside from the bargains and contracts, we are also attempting to navigate through the comet tail, which was made more difficult or easier based on our interactions with the faces of
Mhm.
the Fae or the faces of the demons. Um, and Avar was also like throwing shit down the comet trail at us, and we were having to dodge it. And I think we kind of like destroyed some of the demonic faces using the ship's cannons, and Griffle teleported us through one of the chunks of rock and ice.
Mhm.
And then I think it was Filibuster that started a negotiation with the Fae.
Well, we fired the cold beam. And when we fired the cold beam, that lady came.
Uh, yes to both. So the cold beam happened first, and then the raising of the banner happened. So, Michael, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Cue filibuster, raising banner.
I did that. uh it seemed that there was a mismatch in power and there was a power shift. So my goal was to quote unquote lead a charge. And that seemed to have worked. Except that yeah, we literally led the charge and then like I don't know. I don't know how to describe what happened. We basically were like, here's a doorway, and we walked through the doorway.
She asked
wanna-
if you wanted to hunt with the court, and you said yes. And then she brought us into her bridge.
And she took you into a pocket of Fae and allowed you to step through a little pocket of the Fae and into this other place so they can hurt. They can hunt together. And we had some good rhyming and speeches, so the Fae were especially happy.
Yes, we love rhyming.
Mm-hmm. I felt happy with myself that I actually had this this picture in Roll20 for Liana. And then you went across a bridge.
Oh, and then we got our shit kicked in. Well,
One of us
only
did.
one of us did. I think the rest of us are fine.
Just to make sure, before we get into what'll be for session today, make sure that your tokens are correct as they are. Like you got your health and etc.
Did we have a short rest?
Yes. So if you have a surge to spend or something like that, you need to do so. I feel like it's showing on here that everybody is full HP and full surges, and that seems.
I got back up to full health without needing to spend a surge at the end.
I just
I don't think
spent
many
a
got
surge.
hit.
Yeah, only Griffle took damage. I took
I
a little
think-
bit.
I should be down to surge, I think, because
I want to be very clear, Gary.
Sure.
You shit on Griffle.
I
And the rest of us.
was
were
like,
fine.
damn, did Gary think that was Morin?
Now I know one of many at least used the spend a surge to get out of an AoE ability. This is the only reason it's the only part of
I
the
don't-
commentary.
I don't think I did. I used a surge for, I cast that encounter power, the shaman power that let Griffle get 46 health back, but somebody else had to spend a surge to do that. I don't think it was me because I don't think I ever got hit.
I
I have
thought
on my
I thought
text.
you spent one defensively. I thought you used your warp and the weave or whatever.
No, I used bracers of escape because it was a melee.
That's right. You teleported just out of range, not
Uh-huh.
okay. Gotcha. That is what I was remembering. Well, everybody else looks like they're completely healthy and
I-
perfectly fine.
Yeah. I healing worded on myself, so I had a ton of extra health. Oh no, I healing worded Morin,
Yes.
which
And
means
then
you should have spent a surge.
Oh, do I have to spend a surge for that?
You
Yes.
do.
Ah, okay.
how does that temporary hit point thing work? That's a daily, right?
No, it's an encounter power.
So did you use it at the end?
You're just gonna get it at the start of next encounter.
I see.
This button. You just sort of ignore the second part of it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, you guys fought some demons and ... There's only 4 people today, so you have to I'll have to ask people to speak up a little more than normal.
Wait, say that again.
People need to speak up more because there's only 4 people here. Don't leave me hanging. Go.
You want more about the fight?
We
I
fought
don't
the
remember.
demons. What next? Either more
So-
about the demons or what happens next.
Well,
But
then
I thought
Griffle was
the-
dead and her soul couldn't go to heaven. To D&D heaven. And then I think she tried to go into Philly's dements and found that it was a flame.
She did go in.
And I think that's the end of session.
Yeah, we didn't do that much after that.
Okay.
I
Just that we-
believe the combat went after the end time, and then we went a little over.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was mostly going like you guys went downstairs. You found the thing on the top side, the urns and the seal.
Yeah, but that was
Uh,
all very rushed. It was kind of like you
Yeah,
would get to here.
right.
Mhm.
So on top side there are a series of urns and wards. You were able to make it your way through that down below into the chamber of the warden. And then I know I described it at the end, but also everything was super rushed, and it's been a little bit. So, if you when you guys are done with the recap, I'll do this room stuff. Does anyone have anything else they want to do on recap?
No.
Don't these guys really hate divine creatures? Which is part of the reason that Griffle got smoked.
Yeah.
Why is that? Or is that just demons? Or do we not know?
Mm.
Okay.
They were also natively vulnerable radiant, and then you also lit them on fire. So
Yeah, well,
it's
whose
not
fault was
exactly
that?
like you guys were giving great friendly vibe impressions.
Yeah, yeah.
So it sounds like nobody has anything else they want to do. I'll describe the room. You head down into the interior chamber. So, I think I made a handout of this for the PCs, actually. I maybe did. I did. Aha. Shiny. So, spread around the room. There are a bunch of things. So, first thing are the Midnight Runes. So these darker blue runes, 1, 2, 3, and 4. They are the thing that is discussed for Midnight Runes. And I'll show you the runes handout in just a second. The sea green runes are these two here. And you can see you've got excellent excellent and experienced ritualists with you to be able to recognize that these wards are all funneling power this way. So there's power coming out of this thing. It is going like this and into the top of this staircase. So if you want to interact with whatever's over here, you would need to go through the wards around the Midnight and the Sea Green runes first. So these things are the pillars. These 4. I made them tokens because they're actually on the map. Like I'll move this guy aside so you can see the pillar. But I think that having the ability to have like the aura around them on the map is probably easier. But you can see there are these auras of supernatural cold expanding from the columns on either side. And then down below here is the eyeball that does look like one of the eyes mounted on one of the stalks of the creature that you guys had trapped in the ship long ago. The one of the eyes of the meatball. I was trying to remember what you guys called it. The meatball. And then in here, there's also this giant stone or giant piece of stone that has a piece of metallic-looking ice on top of it here. So this guy is standing on it. It's slightly raised above the floor. And the guy standing on it, he looks like that. He looks like he's here to be very friendly. And as soon as you guys burst through the rune, he sort of starts awake, like he was focused on something else, like focused on projecting his image outside of this place to huck mountains of ice at your ship. But he startles back to himself and then turns towards you, and you can tell the temperature of the already cold room drops precipitously. So I'm going to share the runes handout as well, and kind of pause for what questions do people have about either of these handouts, and what questions would they have about like the room, like what's in the room.
I just want to go through the midnight runes are the dark blue ones, and the sea runes are the light blue ones.
Sure.
But I'm reading the handout.
No, these look green to me.
Yep.
So
they're like teal.
The blue and the green ones.
This is midnight.
Okay, but in that same order.
This is Z.
Yes.
The pillars of ice are the ones with the aura.
Correct.
The crystal ball is the eye, and then the prison cell is the big demon man, effectively.
That is not on there. The completed cells are these things at the bottom, the things that look like sarcophagi. These things.
And the big one on the stairs.
Yes, and the big one at the top of the stairs down here, which looks slightly larger and more ornate than the others, but the same as the rest.
And also at the top, these 4 are also sarcophagi. Okay.
Okay, and then so there's no specific indicator on, not that it matters necessarily, but no specific indicator on this list for the demon man.
Correct. He is a creature who will be fighting you. This is sort of stuff in there. There probably should be something for the lodestone, which is the big thing that he's standing on. But yeah, I'll move his token to the side. It's that that 16 square thing in the middle. This.
Does it
This
seem
is
like
the lodestone.
he's like about to start attacking us? Like order of operations is we attack this guy and then solve the puzzle.
That is a question for you. It can be order of operations can be we solve the puzzle and then we fight the dude. But
Well, is he going to actively attack us while we're solving the puzzle if we don't fight him first?
correct.
Okay. Well,
So
you know.
there's both a skill challenge and a combat that's about to happen. How you choose to engage with either or, I would say that your characters feel confident that if you did not have the demon trying to murder you, you'd be able to get through the runes part of things and taking down all these wards pretty simply. Just devote time to it; it would get done. If the runes weren't here, and the other stuff wasn't here, you'd probably still have to kill the guy. But it would be much less problematic if the room was not built to empower and make him more cool and combat effective.
We did get an extra action point.
We should.
You guys do indeed.
Can I throw my lens of reading to somebody who might want to be able to read Abyssal?
Me.
I throw my
You
lens.
see
of
the
reading.
runes and you're just like, glasses off. Here you go.
Oh my god, one of many is hot now.
I let my hair down.
I
Like a
don't know
Superman.
why I can't find the AP cards. There. Sorry, go ahead.
Does this mean that we've completed a milestone today? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent.
The skill challenge that you guys absolutely smashed has the capacity to be something that can drain like surges and resources and health and whatever. You guys just beat it immediately, so it was not resource intensive.
PCs who can read Abyssal gain +2 bonus. Oh, destroy a rune, justify your action. Sorry.
So you can go straight to destroying a rune, or you can unmask it and then destroy it, making it a bit easier.
There are two different types. So the Seagree ones have to be unmasked and then destroyed.
Got it.
The Midnight ones just need to be destroyed.
Hard DC 10. But we don't necessarily know what destroying them does.
You know that they are
mask
wards.
the prison.
Yeah, they prevent communication from going both ways between what is inside, from things outside of the prison being able to communicate with what's in, and what's inside being able to communicate with what's outside.
So it feels like if we destroy the midnight ones, the prison might just open. And if we destroy the sea runes, the people in the prisons can figure out what's going on and might be able to help us. Or bust out.
Michael,
I
think it's I don't know how to say this better than I think it's time to hunt.
Yeah.
Open the prison.
Let's do it.
So, I mean, that's the question for you guys. Like, there's going to be initiative time here, in just a second. But the question is going to be, does the group want to try to get through the skill challenge really quickly, just not deal with the creature, or just deal with the creature, leave the skill challenge alone? Are people kind of like half and half? Like, what do you guys want to do? What's the plan? And then think about that and roll me initiative, please.
Well, it didn't seem like it was an option.
Before initiative, the audacious dice, the dice thing.
Terrible.
Audacious dice. Okay.
My brain is still a little fried, guys. Just bear with me.
Do I get the initiative bonus from Griffle being nearby since we're holding her head?
I too wondered that.
No.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. That means I get to take a -2, no?
I mean,
Or
3.
-3?
Yeah. And we also can't switch initiatives, right? That's a Griffle thing.
It is a Griffle thing.
Griffle, no.
My roll is terrible, man.
Drock, put her helmet
Okay,
on.
when I said it's time to hunt, I just need to be clear that it is not. My intent was not to directly fight the demon. My intent was to break the people out.
I mean, the demon is going to be wailing on us the whole time. So,
We can break these people out within 1.5 turn.
Wow.
Sorry. So
you're-
what I was trying to ask, the dice daily, I can have done that as part of the last short rest, right?
Maybe I don't remember how the dice work. I thought you rolled them at the beginning of the day.
Oh,
you
wait.
do.
I
Yes,
was talking to myself when I rolled.
you should have already had a set of dice in the thing. If you forgot to do it for today, then you can do it now.
Yeah, I had forgotten for a while. I didn't have any, but I haven't used them, so I don't think it matters. Not that I ever get good dice.
Okay, because also
Uh,
it's not a ring of mental power, which is what you have it labeled as, which makes sometimes going through your stuff a little confusing.
Oh, my stuff is very confusing.
Hmm.
I mean, just roll and then change whatever the number is to be what it is. I mean, I trust you guys.
oh,
Gary
I
said
see
he
it
wasn't
rolled
going to
as a
attempt.
21.
I'm requesting the reroll because it was terrible.
Oh.
I see it rolled as a 21.
Well, that's because but you don't see it in the chat log. You see me having typed it in,
Yeah.
right?
But I still
So,
see it. It still works.
I rolled a 24,
My
and it was
goodness.
in the
Well,
log, and
okay.
then disappeared.
30.
Well,
Oh,
now you're added.
So wait, with the
Now I'm at a
dice,
0. What?
you're at a 19.4.
Oh, it says 0 on my screen.
Did you have your token selected?
I did.
Well,
Hmm.
with the
Delicious.
dice, can you just re-roll them as much as you want? It feels like the way they're written, it does not preclude you from scumming good dice rolls, which I know is
I
not
thought
the
the
intention.
power of rolling the dice is a daily power, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, daily pre. I see. Okay.
Because he said, "Could I have done this during the short rest?" Which confused me because the answer is yes, technically,
If you
but
hadn't done it yet.
it doesn't it doesn't refresh on short rest. But yes, you
No.
can.
No,
But
it's
so
just
if
been a
it
long
says
time since I did it, so.
if it says until the end of your next extended rest, does that mean you could keep a die roll for a long time if you wanted to?
No,
I think Gary explicitly
I mean, I
banned that.
guess like you could keep them until the end of your next extended rest, but the
You keep it longer than that, though. I guess. I mean,
the reason that it's worded like that is it is possible to recover a daily power. So like yeah.
yeah.
So if you re-rolled your dice by recovering a daily power,
I
then
see.
yeah, you'd have new dice stored.
Okay.
This man crit on initiative.
I know. Ooh, I got a really
That's the
good
only one he's
initiative
getting.
roll.
It's the only one I've ever gotten.
Guys, that's with a -3.
All right. Do. 37 still seems incorrect. Oh, you lowered it because you didn't. Okay.
He did a -3.
He's not by Griffle.
Yeah, so I took
Living
the
body.
40 and then took off the 3 from the
I have-
Griffle bonus.
I have a question about the runes. You said that there's power being channeled in like a certain order. Do we have to get rid of the 2 midnight runes before we deal with a sea rune?
You're not certain. You think it's going to be harder to deal with the sea runes if you do not go after their corresponding Bennett rune. Let me see. Maybe I can use this
Okay.
thing to draw. I'm really bad at this type of drawing, but maybe it'll be okay.
We can do monster knowledge checks for free, right?
Okay. That doesn't look absolutely terrible, but does it make more sense for what the power is doing?
Yeah.
Oh, there's like power flowing through those?
Yes. So it's going
Towards
from
the
this
coffin.
thing
Okay.
and it's going in that direction.
Right. You did say that.
Okay, so if I am seeing this and I'm like, oh, it's going to be harder to deal with the sea runes until the midnight before the midnight runes are down. Do I get the same sense for whatever the thing is standing on, whatever Avar is standing on? Similarly, like the midnight runes are going to be harder unless we deal with him first.
Also correct.
Okay.
But you get the impression that like he is also getting strength from the lodestone, which is that thing he's standing on.
Mhm.
And if he is no longer drawing power from it, it might allow some more of the power to go into the prison. So he's sort of diverting some of the flow of energy to make himself stronger. If he is no longer drawing power from the facility,
Mhm.
the facility will have more power to defend itself.
Gary, can I do a monster knowledge check?
You can do so.
Can I do it now?
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay.
There it is. Oh, right. DCs. Oh, I have my level 16 DCs set correctly. All right, I'm going to put this, I'm going to hit this button so it's in the chat a little earlier than everything else. But, so this thing does look to be basically the non spectral version of what you saw outside of the comet, where outside of the comet it was sort of projecting itself to be able to interact, and this is the wizard behind the screen. Pay him no mind. But yeah, I always forget what monster knowledge check gives when I have it done for you in a little while. There we go. All right. So the creature is a Stygian warden, an old type of Alandari.
I'm wondering if this guy seems resistant to charm.
You would think that actually, I have a button for this. Thank you. He seems like he would be extremely resistant, not quite immune, but extremely resistant to being charmed or dominated, having his mind altered or controlled. And I would say that you would be aware with the check you made that it is not a native ability that the creature has, but has because he's being stronger, standing on the lodestone.
Okay.
The creature is naturally vulnerable to radiant, and it has several versions of supernatural perception.
What does that mean?
So the creature has true sight, plain sight, dark vision, tremor sense. So it basically can't be blinded unless you blind it in like 8 different ways.
Okay. And does it seem like the fact that it's standing where it's standing is important to whatever's happening?
It is drawing power from the lodestone that it's standing on. You think that as long as it is able to do so, the it will be a little bit stronger.
Okay.
I have 2 questions. Actually, no, I'm making Drock do this because he never will do it himself. Can Drock use his initiative thing to step into the aura and out?
I did that last time, but I was also thinking of doing it this time, but then kind of contemplated that this aura might be really bad. But I will do it for you.
Is that the thing that you're doing? Is
Yeah.
using
so
sticking your face in it, see what happens?
Yeah, step in there and then if I can, step back out. If I get frozen solid, it's on Philly.
Oh, man.
You have disadvantage on saving throws in line of sight of the meatball.
on skill checks.
Oh, skill checks.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Where do you see that?
A lot of handouts.
Oh, I see it right there.
So
Oh, it's not that bad.
that's what the pillars do.
That's not so bad.
Creatures within 2 squares of an active pillar are slowed.
Yep.
Creatures who end turn adjacent to an active pillar take 10. Okay. Secondary question. The runes are directed towards the main prison, but the handout says prisons with an S.
Mhm.
Does that imply they're powering all of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Does
So
the
there.
prisons-
Do you see the other ones? These?
I do. There are many.
Yes. The power is going into the main one that's in the back here, and then to the rest of the room.
Does
that
the
make sense?
meatball eyeball seem like a living thing?
It it seems like it's sort of a living thing. It seems more like an object than it does like a creature.
Could someone throw their coat over it?
Potentially, yes. Sounds like one of those skill challengey type things that could be done. Any other questions about the room handout, etc. Before we hit play and Drawk has to remember what his character does?
Ouch.
One moment.
That's not a dig at Drawk, or a dig at JP. Man,
No?
when I have the flu,
Coulda
anything
fooled
that
me.
happened before 30 minutes ago is like it happened to a different person.
I'm
So,
I'm with Gary on this one.
This is me understanding that his brain is in a different state because he's been sick.
And just an FYI, this week has been utter chaos. My company was sold again, and we got told on Monday. So it's been a great week.
And welcome to our pocket dimension of the world isn't horrible.
Yeah.
We'll be here for 4 hours.
Okay. Last question. And your answer might be. Oh, I'm just going to ask. Can I use good omens prior to the fight?
No.
Okay.
Guys, I have an idea. I don't know if it will work or not, but if it does, I got this.
Morin, please gain half your, or just get your
Half,
temp
half
HP.
of bloodied.
Your
Is that right?
temps.
It's
of
half
bloody.
of your health, basically. Your bloody value.
What?
No, you
Wait,
don't. You get
no,
a
it's
surge
half of my-
value.
Oh, it's surge value?
Surge
sorry.
value, not
so.
bloody value, temps.
A quarter of your life, not half of your life.
Oh,
And for Drawk it is a little bit more than that. It's like I don't know, like
Oh, what?
3/5 or something stupid.
Because he
Or
has
2/5.
Constitution.
3/5.
No,
No,
my
but-
weapon gives me more more than a
Surge.
surge value.
His surge values are also big, but also percentage compared to his health, it's more than a quarter because he has an ability that boosts his surge value.
Nice.
Right? Sounds like
something like that. I don't
Sounds like-
remember.
Sounds like it's time to begin. Drawk blurs forward into combat, dips his shoulder through one of the auras of supernatural cold, realizes he's going to be going a lot less fast if he gets chucked into one of those, and then ends standing next to the huge warden. I know this isn't normally you guys have a little bit of a buildup and then there's combat, but this is he turns off the monitor, turns around, oh shit.
Yeah, good times. I'm pretty sure the one I won is this one.
Mm,
32 to hit for 32.
32 to hit. So you just smack up and shatter time.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Man, it's been so long since I've clicked some of these buttons that it's like I use a completely different system for the campaign since I made this adventure. So 32 AC does hit.
He's reusing content.
Reusing? No, not really.
Shattered.
You guys have to remember, like, there was a year and a half between me building the temple, like the underwater temple, and you guys actually going to it.
That's
It's
crazy.
like some of the stuff is very much not built in like chronological order. So some of the later stuff is very old.
Didn't you use that recently?
Shattered
what?
time.
Shatter time.
What was the
No.
skill you used last
You used
combat?
the other one out last combat.
Okay.
All right, good. Something I can see. And then I will also do Balmind's Demand on him.
All right. You demand he pay attention.
But can't find the button.
We'll see if he does or not.
There we are. I think I'm good with that.
The word.
So are we not partaking in the skill challenge at all?
I think it's up to each of us.
I think
Doesn't that change? Well, I mean, it's easier to finish the skill challenge together than alone.
my thought is if I can keep him from hitting you guys, because I let Griffle die last battle, which would be fresh in my mind, and I do kind of feel like it was my fault because I triggered it with the lightning rush, right? So I would be very much this guy's not going to touch anyone. And so my focus is going to be on keeping him busy and then hopefully letting you guys do whatever you need to do.
Okay. Gary, is Avar aberrant? Or is this
He
part
is.
of him aberrant? Okay. Oh, that kind of foils my plan.
Now you
Not
can tell that there
fully.
is other stuff there, so he's definitely an elemental in addition to being aberrant. But while it is not as obvious it's easy to see the separation when he is massive, or at least when he's projected to be massively larger than life, when he is his normal large size instead of his mountain size, the two energies are so mingled together that it just seems like an elemental that is also aberrant.
I think it's your turn, Gary.
It is. He was answering my
I'm-
question.
I'm answering questions.
Oh, okay.
So, the warden sees things in front of him, sees that there's likely going to be more things to put in the cells below. Brings up. Oh, hang on. Where is his button? Yeah. So he brings up a hand, and then he has a blade that he has in his hand, but he lets it he swings the blade and then lets it sort of hang in the air as he reaches forward to just touch you with his hand. Drak. So Reaper's Touch on you. So step 1, he is going to multi-attack, and then he is going to double Reaper's Touch on you.
At will.
Oh,
Wow.
cow.
That's a way to start the fight. I assume a 43 does crit you.
Yeah.
So should do more damage.
I swore I had a thing for this.
I should do 40. Is that correct? That seems.
Silvery barbs.
Yeah.
3d8.
Yep.
Not as bad as it could have been.
Yeah. So 40 cold and necrotic, and you are
And
slowed.
slowed. It's okay. You only have 3 more attacks to take.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Sorry. I misread that. 2 and then it's 3 later.
So 34.
That'll hit.
Yeah, should be slightly higher because I don't have a button that lets me modify stuff on this creature. And he does have combat advantage against creatures that are slowed. And then he will draw upon the power of the lodestone since he hit someone who is slowed. And we'll turn that slow into immobilize save ends.
The lodestones?
The
The
thing,
thing he's standing on
Ah, okay.
is a lodestone. So it's a giant stone that's somewhat hollowed out, and you can see there is a thing in the middle of the stone part of it that looks like what you would imagine a mixture between liquid metal and ice to look like.
Drock, do you want to hit him?
I mean, I don't really do a lot of damage. I'm more just trying to make sure he doesn't hit you. So if you can save whatever for other things, that's probably better.
Oh.
Well, cool. He feels confident that this is not going to be that big of a problem. Yeah, it's your turn. 1 minute, your turn.
All right, guys. So I have a secret. And that secret is that when I was rolling my dice of auspicious fortune preparing for last session, I queued up a nat 20.
Nice.
And I'm going to use that nat 20 to try to dominate this dude.
Oh, that's why you asked that question. Heard.
Yeah. Does a 42 versus will? Oh, actually 44 because I have combat advantage.
A 44 versus his will does, in point of fact, hit him. And it does, in point of fact, hit him beyond his resistance to charm and mind control effects.
Oh, good. Do I get to command him immediately or on his turn?
When his turn happens, the dominate effect, what happens when he's dominated will resolve.
Okay. Well, Godspeed to us all.
He has 2 initiatives as well.
He does.
Good.
Anything else you want to do in your turn?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, wait. I have a minor, right?
And a move, yeah.
And a
And
move.
a move. So can I use a minor to try to destroy a rune?
You can.
It's hard DC plus 10.
And you have and you have to roll twice. And take the lower.
Because it's a skill check. Okay, wait. Let me think about this.
You might be able to interact with this thing as well using skills or other sorts of things to disarm.
What is this thing? Sorry, I didn't see where you pointed.
The eyeball.
Eyeball. Yeah, let me just think for a second if I have a minor that could do anything about that.
I also had an idea for that.
For the meatball?
For myself.
Okay.
That hopefully gets rid of the disadvantage part for some.
So, Gary, you said that it's not a creature. Does that mean its square is considered unoccupied?
No, it does occupy a square. It's effectively a trap or a hazard. I don't tend to use these things very often, but it is an actual, it's an animate object.
Okay. And does it, with the wording, so it just has, if we can see it, we get disadvantage. Is that correct?
It should be the other way around.
They can see us.
I think I might have written it wrong, but
Okay.
it should be if it can see you.
Okay.
Who the eye can see, yes.
Okay. Because I could just put my projected consciousness right in front of it, and then it can't see anyone except for me, right?
Well, it would kind of give you a wall to hide behind, but it's not going to stop it from seeing nothing but you.
Hmm.
I.e., if the token gave you cover, you'd be able to use it as cover, or
Okay.
able to use your allies as cover.
Okay. So I will put my projected consciousness right here,
Sounds
which I
good.
think that means that you guys could work on these runes and it can't see you. Does that feel legit?
Yep. And I would say that works for probably everything but this rune.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's my turn.
All right, Morin.
Hmm.
Turn belongs to you.
Okay, so I will start by cursing the warden. Do a little yeah, cursing at the warden. And then I'm gonna teleport 3 squares to here. And the eye can't see me, right?
Correct. You are currently behind the eye. You have cover from the consciousness.
Okay. And then looking at these runes, uh, let me tell you my idea, and maybe we can figure out how to like make this work narratively. But if he is elemental, and is there like a connection to elemental power in these runes? Because I
Yes.
was thinking it might be cool to try to destroy this rune by hitting it with my spear and trying to trick the energy going into the rune as my spear is the target of the energy rather than the rune itself.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I was thinking like a bluff.
Yeah, I mean, bluff would make a lot of sense there, right? You can tell that this is drawing power from a different part of the rune, right? This is a different part of the room, and you're trying to alter it in such a way that tricks the mechanism. That definitely is bluff.
Okay, cool. So we go to skill checks. We try bluff.
And this is
And
what type of action?
oh, this is a standard action.
Okay.
Any bonuses out there?
Unless you
Uh,
can read Abyssal. No.
+2 if Philly throws you the glasses.
That's so you did it.
Phew!
So you almost got a critical success, but sure you're able to knock out one of the 2 runes.
Can I consider this a target of my building camaraderie?
Wasn't that last combat?
Could you hit the thing?
Yes. Or does it have to be specifically diplomacy
So yeah, I think it does have to be diplomacy specific.
to
I think
start?
correct. Yeah. So diplomacy gets it started, and then everything builds off of it, which is what I was trying to remember.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't have the X's. We'll just do this.
And then if I've successfully like redirected some energy or at least interacted with the energy to the rune with my spear, can my spear give me any more info on what these runes are doing?
If you wanted to, have you used your minor action?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I used it to curse.
I'd say that you could probably use that, like use a minor action to kind of think of like, okay, I have my spear. Let me examine what I have. I would say you can make an Arcana knowledge to know if you know anything like instant, but from the description that you gave, that sounds like an examine check. Like that sounds like you're gonna look into the thing, which would be a minor action.
Okay.
So I don't mind it either way, but I would say
I can wait till next turn.
the other. Yeah. Philly, you're up.
Hello. I have a question. So
Sure.
many questions. This prison next to me right here.
Mhm.
I'm assuming I'm close enough to like read it if there are things to read. Are there like elven or elven looking symbols on it?
No. So the prisons, they're all made of solid blocks of ice. The top part, which would be kind of like the sarcophagus cover, is made of like frosted, kind of cracked and then worked ice. And then the inside of it looks like it's clear for a little bit and then opaque around a form. So think of like what would happen if you like shrink wrap someone and then submerge them in something and then froze it so it was basically perfectly clear. That's what you have, right? So there is a vaguely humanoid image in there, and then everything is frozen around it. What you can see, rather than there being script in like Elven or anything, there are lots and lots of markers for writings in Abyssal that are covering the entire outside and inside. And you can see that there are little layers of Abyssal writing in the almost clear water, separating the exterior of the sarcophagus from the occupant.
But you said I can tell that there is something inside.
Yeah.
What? Okay, well, you're gonna make this a skill check, but I don't really want it to be, so I'm gonna move on.
I mean, you can tell that it is somewhere in the neighborhood of like 6 to 8 foot tall humanoid.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was mostly getting at. Okay. Under the assumption that we are going to continue doing skill check stuff, I am going to first Good Omens, which will give a +5 to all d20s until the end of my next turn. And then I'm going to action point. And since one of many has so graciously blocked, I don't want to get close to. I feel like grouping is such a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so afraid. But it seems worth the time. Should I? Okay, this may be a party question. Should I just finish the rune off or attempt to? Or should I do some wacky stuff?
If you can, oh, I can't. If you can get rid of this rune, or I guess if anyone can before me next turn, I have a pretty good shot at unmasking this rune.
Okay. I think I know what I want to do this turn and then also next turn. So I'm going to go ahead and attempt to get that rune. And I'm going to try to stay a little spread out. Oh, that seems so dangerous. This seems better. Okay. You said is the default Arcana? Or would it be? Or should I just justify anything?
I don't think there is a default listed.
There's
Yeah,
defaults for unmasking the sea runes.
Yes.
But
And then
not the
yeah, the other one is basically just tell me what you're doing to destroy a magic rune or to deactivate it in some way. The unmasking one, I put the defaults in there because it's a little bit more of a like an opaque thing of what you're doing. If that makes sense.
I see. This. Oh, and then let me click my reminder button real quick. Skill check and ability check. Oh, so good. Okay, thank God I have this reminder button. I'm gonna Curse Eye Tattoo the. This is actually very relevant. Curse Eye Tattoo Avar, which is -2 to saving throws. That seems important if he's dominated.
Oh, that's amazing.
And then also I get Ghost of the Past for free, which is also relevant here. So I'm going to attempt to use my knowledge of rituals, just a super basic idea, to dispel this rune.
Sounds good.
And I would like to focus, I guess, on Arcana, because that seems appropriate.
No.
And then I also get a free Ghost of the Past, which is very helpful.
Make sure you're not talking to yourself.
Thank you. I do need that. Titans. 9. Yuck. And are you allowing me to take the +2 for reading?
What?
+2 if I can. Are you allowing me to wear one of
The
Minnie's
lens
glasses?
of reading.
Yeah, no, I wasn't joking. Like, if you toss him the lens of reading, that just means that he's the only one that has it. So
Okay, so that's a +7. That's pretty good.
this is with a minor action, right? Or no, this is for your standard,
This is my second standard action because I action pointed.
right? So you have a
Um,
minor action remaining after this.
I do, and that would be a question for Drock, I think.
So 29.
29 plus 4, actually.
29 plus 4 is enough to disarm it.
Cool.
Disarm or destroy? Are those the same thing? Okay.
Okay.
Sort of. I'm going to try to use disarm when it's disarm and destroy when it's destroy. So I say disarm to both of those.
Both of these
So
are disarmed.
He could rearm them, is what I'm hearing.
Got it. Drock, do you think you can survive? I'm trying to not waste my healing word on you.
Oh yeah, I don't need healing yet. I've taken one healing surge of damage only, so there's no point yet.
I think in that case, I'm gonna do what I was planning to do anyways, because I think it's fun. I am going to use the Baneslayer and Mark power, which should affect the meatball eye and the big guy.
So just for clarity, the meatball is not a creature. It is an object. It cannot be marked.
It won't work that way?
Correct.
Okay, never mind. I won't do that.
And the second thing is that you can mark the warden, but you will be overriding Drock's mark. So you need to double check with Drock that that's...
It was primarily for the meatball, so I don't...
Gotcha.
Could I... My thinking, Gary, was like the mark for the meatball. Maybe we don't need to actually quote unquote mark it, but like to draw its attention so it wasn't looking at other people.
The problem is that if you draw its attention to you, he can see everybody else when looking at you if they're interacting with the runes.
Okay.
Like, I'm not against that being a creative use of the power if you weren't standing specifically in the middle of where everyone else wants to work on something.
You and your thinking. I don't think I have a minor action that I want to take then.
I mean, I think you're standing beside the other rune. A minor still does something. It's just harder. It's free to try.
Yeah, it's wasted if you don't try.
Oh, destroy and unmask. Oh, that's destroy unmaster. Minor action, hard DC plus 10. Oh, wait. What's the hard DC, Gary?
31.
Okay.
31.
Okay, so the same thing for that. I'll use a minor to attempt to unmask it then.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Oh, I hope there's
what skill are you using? What are you doing?
Is it fine to use the same?
If you're doing the same thing, that's fine.
Or is it okay? Here's a question. Then I apologize. It's taking so long. I have so many questions. I'm a little confused. Is there a semantic difference between it being masked and dispelling it?
So the runes themselves, the Seegri runes, they are constantly changing and altering, and they have this veil around them that prevents them from being touched. You have to remove that in order to figure out how underneath is working. So unmasking it allows for the rune to be potentially worked on to destroyed. So the reason that the unmasking stuff has a specific list of skills is because you're doing something different, right? You're doing something fundamentally different from I'm breaking the rune. You're trying to figure out a way to see through the deception that's laid on top of the rune. So you would need to use bluff, insight, intimidation, or perception to penetrate through the illusion.
Okay. In that case, I will use insight because it seems like if it's shifting, there may be a pattern or a lack of a pattern, maybe.
Yes, but also like insight is just straight up how you look through illusions. So it is clearly an illusion. One of the default abilities you can use with insight is just I don't believe that's real, and just look through it.
Okay, I accept. That's a good roll.
That is a success on, I think.
Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So you unmask the first rune.
That'll be my turn.
All right, the warden.
Don't see that.
Hey
The warden-
Gary, one
What's up?
quick question. So when I crit, I do damage, but does that not count for dominate because it doesn't have inherent immediate damage?
Correct. Yeah.
But it does have ongoing damage. So does that somehow?
No, because the extra damage from crit is
Mhm.
extra damage, so it's just added on to whatever your damage that you do is.
Okay.
So if you don't do any base damage, it doesn't do anything. There are certain like abilities that will trigger on critical hit, like if you have, a thing that he takes ongoing 20 damage when you critical hit, like that'll still
Mhm.
work.
Okay.
But anything that is like damage dice is not going to work. So I
Okay.
think maybe you have things that like recovers an encounter power, or not encounter power, a power point.
It does,
like,
yeah.
That might work. That will work on a crit, but
Right.
the extra damage dice won't.
Okay.
So he begins his turn. He is dominated. He would like to take some actions, but he is dominated, and is going to try to get rid of that.
And so he has -2 from Philly.
Yeah, where is his button? There it is. So you feel one, he begins his turn. He's thinking about what he wants to do. You lay the whammy on his mind. He's going to try to get out of this as soon as he decides what an action is, because his ability isn't at the start of his turn. His ability is when he goes to take an action and he can't do it for some reason. So when you get to kind of peek into his brain, what would you do with that? What would you try? What would your initial command be to him?
Well, if I could make him do something, I was going to have him move to the trap and destroy it.
So I will say that mechanically, the way that this functions is you can get him to take a free action before he goes to take his turn. It'll make more sense once I actually react to this. But like he's dominated, you can at the start of his turn you can get him to do a free action. So you can get him to like say something, think something very quick, and then he's going to get a chance to do what he wants to do and see if it works.
Okay, so then in that case, if I can only do a free action, then I will focus on him and telepathically summon all of my power, and I will scream at him to say his name, which I know is El Kefak Uberon.
And I think what makes the most sense there is an intimidate check.
Oh God. Okay.
Unless you feel you can do something else, right? You're trying to mentally, that is it. You're screaming at him, trying to command him before he thinks about it, just to do the thing you want him to do immediately.
I mean, yeah.
I could also you maybe do a bluff, right? You're trying to get him to do it before he thinks about it. It sounded very intimidate to me, but I'd be willing to hear from another thing if you feel there's another one that'd be justified.
No, I'm good with intimidate. Let's do it.
Do you have
Can I consider it an attack and have it roll at 17? So
well, what I was going to ask is, I don't see it in there, but I don't know how your macro is like formatted.
Mm-hmm.
Does that have the +5 bonus from Philly?
No.
Oh, okay. So that is not criticals. That is a hard DC success. And he goes and he says something. And you can see like he's trying to figure out, all right, what do I do? What do I what do I go after? And the name, his name, Elketh Akte Ubrian, it like echoes through his mind for a second. And there is this moment of like, that's who I am. That's what I need to do. These things are worthless. These things are less than me. I am the great and powerful. And then kind of saying his name in his head. And then he pulls back from it when he realizes what's happening. And everybody else can hear crackling from the ice, a strange voice echo through the chambers of ice deep below the comet. Elketh Akte Ubrian, precious little pawn. The demon snaps out of it, and then you see him burning rage inside of his body. This incredible wave of anger washes over him as he attempts to burn away the effect. So he's going to rage in the 9 hells. And he is not dominated, but it does something else when it goes away, right?
He takes ongoing 10 psychic, which is also radiant.
Where is... Oh, ongoing. It's down here. 1, 0.
It is save ends, though.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so he does that. He goes to summon up power, realizes he can't do it because his mind is not his own. And then he's going to provoke an attack of opportunity from Drock. I'm almost positive. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure this provokes an attack. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, I totally forgot about one of his abilities. Oh, that's fine. Filibuster, are you the only person who's action pointed so far?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna use one of his abilities in a second because I'd sort of forgotten about it and was focused on what I was gonna do while he was dominated. Drock, go ahead. Yes, this does definitely provoke.
Do we have any bonuses right now?
Not to my knowledge.
Plus
He
5 to
wasn't-
D20s,
Plus 5 to D20s.
and you cannot crit. So
Yes,
Right.
plus 5 to hit, but if you crit, it'll be ignored.
And
That was on you.
the bird is actually there in that spot?
But the bird is not an ally?
Yes, it is not considered an ally.
Oh, okay.
It's not a creature. Filibuster, I assume 27 doesn't hit your will. And 40 definitely hits it for 19. Philly.
It sorry, I was muted. It does not. Also
Okay.
use Aberrant, so he can suck it.
But I'm just letting you know that's that ability is a thing that he had that would have triggered. I just forgot. So he spent an AP. He gets to try to draw power out of you. Sort of grounds your power in the prison itself. So he provokes his attack, and then he is going to create an area burst 2 within 10. And you guys are probably going to be very surprised where he's going to put it.
He's going to be very surprised.
All right. So yeah. Filibuster first, then Drock, then Morin, then one of many. There's no reason he wouldn't include the thing because he doesn't know until he attacks it that this doesn't work.
Yep.
So,
Warp and the Weave.
Warp and the Weave?
Warp and
Now
the
you're
Weave.
using the healing surge thing to ignore what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Philly, Drock, Morin. Rolls 1, 2, and 3. 39 versus Philly, 32 versus Drock, and 25 versus Morin.
That misses me.
That misses me.
Philly, I imagine that hits you.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if I have anything I can. I don't really. It's just 23 damage. I'm
You're
immobilized,
immobilized
blinded.
and blinded.
Most
Who needs
Yeah.
it? What's blind gear?
Can't see.
Thank you, thank you.
What do you want? What do you want me to? How do you want me to answer that? That's not can't see.
How does it work mechanically?
Oh, you can't see anything. The main thing that is important is that you, like anything that is site based, doesn't work, and you can never have combat advantage against anything.
Not going to be decoding those runes, I'll tell you
Okay.
that.
Can I ask a dumb question that might actually not be that dumb? Can I
Sure.
still see with Baneslayer?
Can you still see with Baneslayer?
Things I see are outlined in gold? Or like aberrant creatures?
Honestly, that's not site based. So yeah, sure.
I'm a genius.
Things you could see.
So
That's
you
like,
can see the warden, but you won't be able to see anything else in the room.
That's okay.
Yeah. So that's his first action. And yeah, let's deal with some of those people tinkering with the skills. So he draws power from the lodestone, pushes the power back into the lodestone, snapping two of the runes back into place. Yeah, I'm saying Philly. I think that does apply here, because like normally,
Yeah, I was just basing it because I said it's something I can see, but it's not. It's just says there.
So the warden removes the successes on the midnight runes from the challenge. It does not seem like he's able to remove the unmasking, however. And yeah, that's it for his turn. Drock, you're up.
And
He's gonna make a mistake.
you can't do the unmasking with the other two in place, hey?
You can, it's just harder. So you cannot do the unmasking with the other two in place. You can destroy an unmasked rune with the other two still in place. It will just be harder.
Oh, and is it fully unmasked already?
Yes. So the sea green rune is unmasked. It's not destroyed.
All right. For my minor, I'll do the sustain on my ability. And just for my main attack, I'm just going to hit this guy with Spectral Legion Augment 1. And I still get the 5 from Philly, correct?
Yeah, it's till the end of my next turn.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. All right. 36 to hit for 28. And he'll grant combat advantage to any allies adjacent until the end of my next turn.
36 definitely hits.
And then he has a penalty of 5 for his attacks.
Creature can to all adjacent to it. To the end of my next turn, I'm just gonna have you guys keep track of that because that's a little hard for me to keep track of. And the target takes penalty of melee and close attacks. Okay. Okay, just write that on the board in a font that's not the same color as the board in just a moment. Huzzah. Okay. Anything else from Drock?
No, I think that's all. Again, my job I think is going to be primarily keep him as distracted as possible and let you guys deal with the runes. Saving for the immobilized.
Okay, save against the immobilize.
12? Oh, I have to do 2, don't I, though?
Why? What are the other things?
what's the is that what's the 2 disadvantage thing? What's that for again? Sorry.
Skill checks.
Yeah, the disadvantage to skill checks is from the eyeball.
Okay, so I'd have 14 anyway because it's +2 against immobilized and stuff.
So the big guy saved out of the -2 to saving throws, and then he saved out of everything else.
That's rude.
When did you roll this?
I was trying to roll them, but my save button just does not work. So I rolled the 7 and the 12 were the rolls, because the 7 should have been +3, not -3. So the 7 was actually a 13, and then that was saving against the -2 penalty saving throws, and then the 12 was saving against the ongoing.
My ongoing.
Yes.
I don't like this guy.
And his turn again. He's at -5 to close decks. How long does that last?
Until the end of Maria's turn.
Yeah, you don't really seem to hurt. So he's going to provoke an attack of opportunity from one of many Spirit Companion and from Drock, as he does the thing again.
He just kind of called you a little biatch.
Okay, so
Mhm.
doesn't that mean that spirits prey? Yeah. Morin?
Yeah.
But is he leaving? Sorry, what is he doing?
He's making a ranged attack.
Oh, that doesn't count.
I don't think that counts. Yeah, I never remember what the triggers are for the Spirit Companions because they're all weird. Did Drock
Monday,
punch him
Morin.
and I missed it?
No,
Monday.
so sorry. So he's doing range. That's not something I can lightning rush, eh?
It is something you could lightning rush. Yeah.
Oh, even though it's ranged.
Yeah, you can lightning rush anything. It's an attack on your allies.
Oh, I thought it was an attack on them that didn't include me, though.
Range
It
doesn't
isn't.
include you.
Yeah, it doesn't
necessarily.
matter. It's just any attack that's on a target that isn't you. So hang on, I think you're talking about different things. So mark is if they make your mark violation is if they make an attack that isn't you. That's a different thing. But then lightning rush is just someone makes an attack against an ally.
Okay, then I'm gonna. If he's doing that same ranged burst, I'm gonna lightning rush for sure.
Okay, where do you want to go? Because he has to redraw his burst.
So it's range or burst 2, right?
Yeah, it's area burst 2.
And has to include me. So if I can put it basically where that pillar is, down and to the right of me.
No, you don't get to move the red box.
Oh,
I have
sorry.
to move the red box to include you, so you move yourself. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm just trying to. If I
You can go to his north.
I want to stay inside my box is the issue. Can I actually go here or not?
That is inside his square.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to figure out.
Does you being slowed do anything?
Not overly.
Also, he's not slowed anymore.
I mean more. I
Yeah.
mean if he goes in here.
If I
Oh,
go
yeah.
here. But that could still include one of many is the issue.
It's a burst 2.
Yeah, so if he
But
put the red box 2 to my left now.
You put there.
Oh, I see. I don't know if you're going to be able to escape.
No, I
pretty
think I'm gonna have to then. Yeah, I'll go behind him and not worry about my shattered time.
The other piece, by the way, well, one. What does Lightning Rush say? Lightning Rush says you move your speed. If you go into this aura, you know what your speed is?
2.
Nothing.
Yeah.
If I go up, I can make it to there though, right?
can go
Your
through
move,
my
if your move at
square.
speed 5. Can you go through this the companion?
I think so. It's like an ally. Or
And I'm
it's,
speed 6, so
Speed 6, so you could get to like here. If you want to do,
sure. Yeah, let's do that.
which definitely means he can only target you. So can you make your the 44 is definitely a hit for 28. And did you already make your attack of opportunity? Did I miss it?
No, I did not. I thought that was not going to happen because I was doing this. So I will do
He's
that.
still making a range attack, so it would happen the other way around. But yeah, 40. Yeah, if you keep just rolling above 40, then I don't have to pay attention to what you're attacking. Just be like, yeah, it is, because his defenses are not anywhere in the 40s.
Drock is pissed that Griffle died.
So yeah, he'll do the thing. Only the first roll matters. 23 versus Fortitude is a Garbaggio.
Yeah.
So that's not going to do anything. So he is going to minor action. The second minor action, he is going to point at Filibuster and yank him into his cell.
oh no.
So back to your cell. 33 versus your will, Filibuster.
33 versus Will.
Mhm.
He is aberrant.
He is aberrant.
He can fuck off then. Bye.
Nice. And that's it for him. One mini. You're up.
Do you have a will bonus specific for Aberrant?
I do.
That is awesome.
All right. I am going to do this again. I'm going to use my orb, which has a daily minor action to regain the use of one expended daily attack power that has the arcane or psionic keyword. And I'm going to dominate him once more.
All right, run it back. Let's see if we can.
You got another.
I have +5, right?
You have +5, yeah. $33. I suspect that will not hit.
It's okay. I have a plan.
I can also grant you a reroll.
I can grant myself a reroll.
I can
Does
grant
he-
that reroll a reroll.
All right.
Do I need a reroll?
I'm realizing that my handout is not structured correctly. So let me fix my handout real quick. All right. Oh, nope. I just deleted everything I was adding. Oh, shit.
It's a 15-page document and no defenses written down. SMH.
No, I definitely have the defenses written down. What I don't have is this. Some of the handout stuff that I have done. I just had notes of like, oh, I should take my notes and then copy paste it without all my like little side notes on things into a handout for the players. And like I made a handout, but I didn't do the break my notes into my notes and player notes. So sorry. But yes, so 33 versus Will, I do not believe is going to hit him with a charm effect.
Okay. So I'm going to
definitely
use.
not.
Okay, I'm going to use my Stone of Spirit because I've missed with a psychic attack power.
Okay.
And so I get a +4 to the reroll because we all have spirit stones or stones of whatever.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it +4 or plus?
I think it's +3.
+3? Okay, yeah, right. Oh, Griffle. Okay, so I'm rolling with a +8.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, good. There is some part of me that was going to be really sad
I know.
if you missed by 1. But no. So that is a hit on the dominate.
All right.
This
So it's that was my minor
And your
to
standard.
and my standard. But I'll move a little bit. I'll move over here.
Oh, the eye isn't acting. Hang on.
And I'll move. I can move
Why
as
is
long as I
that
don't.
called that?
Nice.
What the fuck?
the
the name of it?
DM put himself into the campaign.
And
But
he's
why is
our
it called?
enemy.
Like, I obviously did not name the journal entry that.
Maybe you did.
Sorry, I'm pulling it back out for a second. So I'm like, what the fuck? All right, so it'll go at 14. There we go. It's so weird. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Okay, so that was my minor and my standard and my movement. I moved a little bit. And that's it.
All right. Morning, you're up.
Is your spirit creature like immune to close or like area attacks?
I think so. Yeah.
Like
It can only be.
blasts?
Yeah.
It can only be targeted by melee or ranged attacks.
Perfect. Okay, so because he can just turn off or turn back on runes that we turn off, and he can do it twice a turn if he's on the lodestone, I'm gonna start hitting him because once he's bloodied, he can't do that anymore. Does that sound right?
Did we learn that?
It did say
Yeah.
that. I
If
don't
you
know if
are-
it's the right choice, but it's valid and correct. So I don't know.
He can use it once around as a minor action, reforming 2 runes, and if he's standing on the lodestone, he can do it twice per round.
Yeah. And if you feel like if you weaken him enough, if you bloody him, he will not be able to draw power from the lodestone in such a way.
I guess, should I try to get him down to bloodied, or should we try to move him off of the platform?
Well, if my dominate takes, I can move him on his next turn, but I don't know how many legendary shakeoffs he's got.
Isn't it like a no action at will?
It comes at a cost. So there is a cost based on the type of ability that is removed. And it is not he's not paying in hit points, he's paying in another resource. So he can't do it forever, but it's not like an encounter power or something like that.
Okay. Because I'm just concerned about him turning off the runes every
Hmm.
round.
But he could. But I think we learned that he can't undo the unmasking.
Okay, so can I minor action to see if my spear can give me any kind of information on what the power is that's being funneled into the runes and how they work?
Yes.
So like if I destroy the other C rune, not the other one, the one that is unmasked, was that going to effectively turn off the other 2 runes?
That is a great question to ask. Focusing the power through your weapon. So give me a minor action arcana.
Minor action arcana.
Or something else to justify, hey, I'm trying to use the thing to figure out what is the mechanic here?
Mhm. Yeah, I think
that-
arcana is probably best.
Yeah, arcana makes the most sense to me.
I don't trust arcana.
I know.
And the +5 is only for attacks, right?
+5 is for D20 rolls, so we can count for this as well.
Oh, sweet.
It is one of the most broadly applied buffs of all time.
Well,
So 25 arcana is this isn't easy, medium, hard. Hang on. Players that attempt to so you can tell that the purpose of the blue runes, the purpose of the midnight runes, is to protect the relatively frail mechanism of the sea green runes. So this is a hiding presence from stuff. This is a disruptive element on a non sort of like brute force physical. This is a barrier of will, of deception, things like that. It's very subtle, but it's also fairly delicate. Whereas the other runes are much closer to being more brute force things. You don't think that the warden can just freely, like it would take time and energy to repair delicate work. But it does not take as much time or energy to repair just the brute force, turn the lights back on. You think if one of these things is actually like completely destroyed, that he's not going to be able to.
And would it effectively turn off the 2 preceding blue runes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do not have a purpose beyond protecting the Seagree rune from being disrupted.
Okay. So then, if I'm here, the eye can see me. Is that right?
Correct.
But not here.
Correct.
Okay.
So are you
so
moving
what?
something? Because I'm not getting updates.
Oh. Oh, could you see that, Gary?
Yeah.
Ah,
It's because I'm the
interesting.
DM.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I was measuring some other stuff, so I turned it off and I forgot. Okay. So I will teleport to here, and then if this if this rune is like a rune of will, could I channel any energy that I drew off of the previous rune into my spear and attempt to intimidate and shatter the will of the rune itself that way?
Yes, that is actually why default intimidate is on the unmasking. Is
Oh, but it's already unmasked.
Yeah, it is already unmasked. You can destroy it the same way. But
Oh, okay.
I'm saying the justification you gave is the one that I was thinking of when I put it as one of the default.
Cool. Okay, so it's going to be intimidate with a +5 because of filibuster.
Yep.
39.
39. Was this a standard?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So that is a success. It is destroyed. And you can feel this sort of like shuddering, cackling laugh that echoes throughout the room. You see the warden sort of flinch when the laugh first comes through, and it sounds like every old witch's cackle in the world combined together on a summit someplace under a dark moon and combined themselves into one original old witch cackle that echoes and breaks pieces of ice, sending them shattering around the room. You think that there is some sort of very dark, probably very malignant's not the right word, but malevolent will behind that cackle. One of the 2 runes is destroyed. Anything else from Morin?
What is that ability that he does if you action point?
No. Action
He
point. See what
attacks
happens.
you. He hurts, yeah.
I'm trying to find it in the.
He
think-
sucks your life.
It was the blind and immobilize and damage.
No, blind immobilize and damage was
No,
his.
he sucks
attack.
your life force.
He drains healing.
Oh,
He drains energy from you and those around you.
right.
Sorry, I'm trying to find it to see if it's worth doing.
Well,
Okay. I think it's worth doing. Cause we're not gonna be able to turn off and unmask this thing, are we?
Maybe.
when you say this thing, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, before he gets to go again.
Yeah.
He might not get to go again.
Okay. Yeah.
Or-
So I'll action point.
All right. He will do the thing. Drawing your power out of you, trying to siphon your excess energy into the prison itself.
Can he do that when he's dominated, though?
Great question. Let me look.
That doesn't hit anyway.
Cool. But I do want to know I think the answer is yes. But let me double check. Yes, he can. It does not take an action. So so free actions don't happen while you were dominated, but no actions still do.
Oh.
28 does not hit my will.
Yeah. This is basically like an autonomic function, right? This is the same as like he's breathing. He is part of the prison.
Okay.
And then continue with your turn because I know that didn't hit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to. Hold on a second. I'm going to, in the most slightest of ways, change the movement that I did from a simple teleport to an ethereal stride
Okay,
so that I can get to here.
gotcha.
Oh, wait, no, here. I have to be next to this one, though, don't I?
Yeah.
Okay, so never mind. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, then I will, with my new standard action, attempt to break this rune.
Okay.
Well, you still could have teleported there to get the power bonus.
Yeah, I mean, you can still use the thing if you want to get the bonus to defenses. You just couldn't have moved where you teleported to.
Right. I will take the defensive bonuses.
Okay.
Let me mark that off. And okay, my question is, should I try to do one of the blue runes or should I try to unmask the green rune, even though it's going to be harder? I'm going to do that. I'm going to try to unmask this green rune
Okay.
with Intimidate.
Do you have your dice?
I don't have dice, no.
Oh, okay.
You can't use dice except for on attack rolls.
Ooh, there we
You
go.
crit. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say the DC 51 just about does it.
I think that might be our highest roll in the campaign from a PC.
A plus 31 helps.
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah. So this is for unmasking. So that is definitely gonna unmask things. And
What's hard DC plus 20 do?
makes what should normally happen not happen at all is the answer. I mean, that's what you get for plus 10. So basically the trick I'm going to hit the button that says what happens in every other circumstance. So this is what would happen to you normally. So the turning off, unmasking, or destroying the sea green rune counts as attempting to destroy one of the other, like an automatic failure towards destroying something that's behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So it would normally explode with a bit of fire damage, push you, and daze you. However, you're able to do this so subtly that it does not actually do that, and it will.
I was able to intimidate it so subtly.
Wait, doesn't that says failure though?
Right.
So if trying to do this to a sea green rune with the blue runes active counts as a failure on them.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you need to beat the DC by 10, which, interestingly enough, if he had done this as a minor action, he would have needed the 51 to succeed. Because that would be hard DC plus 20. All right.
Destroy it, filibuster.
I am blind.
You are blind and immobilized. What would you like to do with your turn?
I have been thinking about this for so long. And I do not really know. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna heal Drock.
I have not taken any additional damage. So
I cannot do anything. Well, I can technically attack because I can see him, but I don't really see the purpose of attacking. At
well,
this
why
moment.
not? Like, do saving rolls happen at start of end of turn?
End of turn. So I'm gonna heal you, and you're gonna take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm talking to myself. Sorry. What?
It was just being slow.
Did it go through twice?
It put through twice.
But it rolled the same.
It rolled the
It-
same twice. I mean, it didn't actually roll the same twice, just the same value.
That ends up being very helpful.
You rolled 562, and then you rolled 436.
So Drock, take a +2 to attacks, and then whatever you choose for last Legion officer, probably the defenses. I don't know what to do for my action, man.
I mean, if you really have nothing you can think of to do,
Okay, Gary, I have something that I would like to do, and I just want you to interpret it for me. This would be probably a diplomacy check. And I effectively want to say something along the lines of something snarky, like, I thought we were hunting, and just to like throw it out there and be like, where are the hunters? And that is sort of directed at the court.
Yeah, who did not follow you across the bridge.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I know where they are. So I get a plus. Okay. Nice.
So you kind of say this
Wait,
out.
do I get Morin's thing? Or no, he didn't activate that.
I haven't activated it.
Correct. So you sort of say this sort of snarky line out, and when you do, you get the feeling that like you're speaking to an empty room. There is this like sensation of like isolation that comes with this, because you're like saying this with a will, right? You're not just saying it with your voice. You're trying to talk to the court. You're addressing something, and yeah. And here it feels like you're talking in a vast empty hall. It isn't that someone isn't listening, but it's more like you're too far away, or you're saying things in a way that you do not have an audience for, and so they cannot listen.
Yeah. Wait, what's the DC? 1 second.
DC was
22, dang it! Oh, I could have used lessons of history.
you could have. That is
Can I?
correct.
Is it too late? It's okay if it is.
It depends on whether you have to do it before you make the check. I think it's when you're going to make a. Is it a reroll, or is it a thing you use beforehand?
Oh, lessons. That's not lessons of history, Gary. It's guidance of the past.
I think guidance of the
It
past.
says you make an attack roll, a skill check, or an ability check. That's the trigger.
Yeah, so you have to kind of do it before you get the results. So it's like,
Yeah, that's okay. I know it's not necessarily a reroll.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that is my turn. I am going to end my turn, which means I still get the +5 for the saves, right? I'm going to save on Immobilize first. 20 and 10. So I saved on both.
Sounds good.
And then I'm going to use this button that I've never used before because I always attack. I'm gonna teleport. 3, 4, 5, right here.
All right. Is that it for Filibuster?
That's me.
So I think I have an idea of what one of many is going to try to get the warden to do.
Mm-hmm. I will again telepathically scream at him. Well, actually, can I see if I can say it out loud? Say his name.
It does not seem you feel it catch in your throat if you
Okay.
try to say it.
Okay.
And the same thing when even it when it says it,
Yeah.
it is not saying it out loud. It's thinking it really hard.
Right. So I will again telepathically scream at him. Say your name.
Sounds good. Again, intimidate or bluff. If there's another angle you're going for, if this is the brute force, I'm just trying to command you. Intimidate all the way.
I like intimidate. No bonuses anymore, right?
Correct.
I can, because I need to beat a 22 or 31.
You're making an attack roll against whatever his will defense is.
With my intimidate?
Yeah, you're intimidating his will defense.
Okay. So I will use my ribbon of limitless questions as a daily reroll with a +2 power bonus. It's a charisma check.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So the thing that you're doing here, by the way,
Yeah. Yeah.
is this thing. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so I don't know if I failed. Is that your point?
No, I'm saying like I'm making sure you understand what the mechanic is, right? You're not going against DCs for a specific level, right?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
You're making an opposed check. So it's there's very few instances where there are opposed checks in the
Mhm.
system, where it's like your opposed check is against a monster's defense, but this is actually one of them.
So this isn't even considered a skill check.
This is a skill check, but it is a skill check, and it is also considered an attack.
Okay, because with the ribbon of limitless questions, the trigger is that I fail during
Yeah.
a skill challenge. So I guess I need to know if I failed before I know if I can reroll.
Oh well, I guess it does say
So if it's opposed, you need
success. Oh, well, I'm reading the entry, right? Because if the thing breaks it down to success and failure,
Mhm.
because I'm thinking it's more like an attack.
Yeah.
But the mechanic does say it's either success or failure. So yeah, okay, I would count this as it. You didn't hit his will defense, so it is a failure.
Okay, so I will reroll it with a +2. Okay.
And just as a note, that you're going against just the creature's will,
Mhm.
because it is not unfriendly to you while you are dominating it.
Oh, nice. Okay. And I will tell you, I also could use my necklace to put a little extra sauce on there. But again, I need to know if I failed
Yes.
before I could do that.
I mean, I'll let you know the first thing. The 21 is definitely a failure.
Yeah,
The
25 is still
25
not great.
is
Yeah.
also definitely a failure.
Okay, so I roll 2d6 and take the better one. So does a 30?
A 30 does not quite hit.
Damn.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'm kind of going to put it in the middle between an attack and a skill check, because it is kind of a weird thing. So if you wanted to use your reroll, Philly, I would allow it to be used here.
It's also an aberrant creature.
Yeah.
So fuck that.
Like I feel like the story makes perfect sense, even if the mechanics are a little wonky.
Okay.
Okay.
I feel like this changed recently. 1 second.
I'm not gonna lie. When I'm like looking through my notes and being like, "Oh, it
Okay.
uses the surrender rules." I don't think we've used the rules for how to intimidate a monster into surrendering in this entire campaign. Like, I don't think we've used it at all.
I think that's true.
I think Drock tried back in the day, but rolled 1s and 2s, so it really didn't come up.
Okay, so I'm rolling one more time. Fingers crossed.
And whatever this is will get the 5 from your dice.
Okay,
If you wanted to just add that in.
I did.
So a 35 does hit his will defense of 33.
Oh, thank goodness.
So
You did
you
it, Joe.
push it through, and you get a repetition, this sense of fear, of worry, of kind of implanting into his mind that idea of the invisible purple elephant. It is really difficult not to think about it because you have to kind of think about not thinking about it. And the idea of this worry of, no, I can't think about this thing or it's going to go really poorly. You sort of stoke the fire. Oh, I can't think my name is what? And you get another one of those rippling things. The ice cracks for a second time. And this time, the old crackling voice that you get, like a winter's whisper on broken, dead, desiccated leaves, says, Elketh ak te ubrian, thy lord's time by gone, yet you cling to power lost, wallowing in frost. This time, hearing her voice longer, there is no mistake. You've never heard her voice before this moment, but you know that is a queen. And with this utterance, you see his body shake and move again. Part of the interior of the body of the warden shudders, and Drock, you can see from his back, something become carved into the strange flesh. A second letter joins the first. You weren't here to see the first letter carved. You weren't behind him, and you guys haven't been fighting him very much, so you've been mostly ignoring him. So you didn't see the first letter appear, but now as you're standing behind him, you can see a second letter appear wrote upon the demon's skin.
What letter?
Drock, what languages do you know?
Probably not any of the ones that are needed. Common and Goblin, I think, are the only one.
It is not in either common nor goblin.
Do you know anything from your weapon?
No.
Not yet. I think you do later.
What's it look like? Draw it in the air.
Sound it out. Interpretive dance.
Drock draws the worst symbol in the air. Nobody has a clue what he's doing.
He's in the time thing, so he just draws it so fast that they're like, that didn't make what?
We're all looking at it. We're like, we're pretty sure that's a slur.
So yeah, he is going to do his multi-attack because he wanted to do that and then was stopped from doing so. So he is going to turn back to Drock.
And now we see the letters?
Yeah, what does the letter say?
Yeah.
Immediate reaction, read.
Let me see. Can one of many read this
Yes.
writing?
Oh, maybe.
I think the answer is yes.
Is it abyssal?
Do you have your languages button that you can click for me?
I do.
It is a very old language. It is not abyssal. It is not one of the languages that you know.
Okay.
Morin and Morin, so it is not one of the languages you know, You can recognize enough of the thing to recognize the like phonemes, basically. Like you don't know what it's supposed to be saying, but you can recognize the so the first
Yeah.
symbol and then the second symbol so those are the things. So the first one is to bring, and the second one is like stability, like the cement of something.
Mm-hmm.
So these are less like letters you think in a language, and more like you know how like when you write like rituals and things, how it's sort of in gibberish. It's in like the ritual speak.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you think this is. This is like ritual speak.
So would I interpret this as the queen, or perhaps himself, is putting a binding ritual on him that is bringing him back to reality?
Could be. And let's see what else. So like phonetically, the first letter is eb, and the second letter is ah. Anyways, so that's what happens, and then he's going to try to hammer Drock into the ground. Multi-attack had already clicked, and Raging Shadows on Drock.
Yeah.
39 versus your AC.
Yep.
28 cold and necrotic to you, and if that's not enough, he's going to do it again. So this will be for the record, the other one should have been 34 if that still hits. I don't have the.
No, 34 wouldn't.
What do you have that's giving you a bonus to defenses right now?
+2 from Philly.
Yeah.
So that'd put me at 35. So 34 would miss.
So is your token wrong? Because your token says you've got 32 AC.
Yeah, the token's wrong. It should be 33.
Can you fix your journal to be correct, please?
Looking for it now.
So it's like, well, no, your AC there does say 33. Did you just change it?
I did.
Okay. I was like, I look at him like, oh no, it is actually right. Is my macro wrong? No, you just changed it while I was looking for it. Okay, cool.
I found it fast. Yeah. So 35 is what I currently have. So if the first one's supposed to be 34, that would miss.
Yeah, so 34 misses, and then the much less than 34, the 31 misses, because he still has the. Oh, does he have the -5 to close attack still?
Yeah, that's till the end of my turn.
Yes. This is annoying. He's going to provoke an attack of opportunity because his abilities are being fucked up, and he is going to shoot the person that keeps dominating him.
Okay. I can't.
Also,
Can't do my thing. Okay, sorry. So I did that. So melee basic, right? Does the bird count for like combat advantage when we're on opposite sides or not?
no.
Okay, no problem.
So normal attack of opportunity, 38 for 23. The 38 definitely hits. He takes 23 points of damage. And then he is going to, after he action points, take a shot at one of many. 29 versus reflex with his Shadow Lash power.
Reflex. No, that misses.
So he misses. So he won't take the Mind Spike until he hits.
Correct.
And I don't think you can Mind Spike because you already Lightning Rush, didn't you?
Oh, right. I can't do both. Sorry. You're right. Yep.
And the second one is 37, which I feel stronger about, is going to hit your reflex.
That's a ranged basic attack.
It is a ranged basic attack.
Do I get him to do a melee attack for that one as well?
No, it's just once per turn you can make an OA. So you get to hit him. You get to punish him for one of them. He doesn't get to punish him for two of them.
Yeah, if I was inside my box, I could probably do both, but I'm not in the box.
So does that hit you one?
It will unless I have something clever, which
I'm gonna stick you over here, and if you're
I have
clever,
a
you
lot of.
do the things.
Yep, I'll let you know. I'm looking.
And that thing. He's gonna stick you adjacent to the pillar. And he will end his turn. He's gonna make some saving throws. Well, just a saving throw against the ongoing, and he'll actually fail. So I need to put the ongoing actually on his thing. It's ongoing 10, right, from you? What a Benny?
Yeah, but it's radiant, so I don't know if that's.
It will matter. He is vulnerable. Yeah. The eye that I forgot will actually get to take a turn. Huzzah! And let's see. He is going to create a burst of frozen fire where Morin is, basically. So there. It cannot see. But that is not relevant for what it's trying to do. It's not going to get combat damage. So, Morin, you're the only person in the area, so he is going to do this. 21, I assume, does not hit your reflex.
I don't even have to check.
But he has the zone up, and you see when the zone of frozen fire erupts from that area, you can see in the flames the images of dozens of those eyes appear. So it can now see from that square in addition to its own.
Oh.
Bloop. Drak, you're up.
Right. Sorry, I don't do this often. Can I move here without triggering an OA, or will that trigger it?
A lot of things will trigger the OA if you do it that way. So yes, you're very much going to trigger unless you have a way to shift like 6 squares or 5 squares.
Ah, screw it. Trigger the OA. See what happens.
Your ability, the one you had that mixes melee and close attacks, is it until the end of your next turn or until the start of your next turn?
End.
So he misses you.
Fair.
He misses you even if it's not until the end, but
yeah, because I'd have +4, +2, so +6. I'd be at 39, so that's why I wasn't too worried.
Yeah, 39, and he's at -5, so an effective 44 AC is probably good enough.
Yeah. So I'm going to do the same thing, and I really like him taking all of the -5s. He's not bloodied, correct?
No, he is almost completely uninjured.
Oh, crap. Low roll. Does a 31 hit?
31 hit his AC. It does.
Okay. So we're going to do the same thing, and that -5 is going to stay.
That is glorious. All right. So he's going to keep that.
So that was my move, my standard, and then for my minor, I am going to sustain the Shattered Time. Hopefully I'll be in it when he attacks other people now, so that I can keep using it.
So he kind of feels like using melee attacks and attacking Drak is pointless. So he's only having success murdering the person trying to break his brain. So he's going to start his turn by taking a bunch of radiant damage. So step 1, what are your traits? You have radiant vulnerability 10. So he takes 20 damage when he starts his turn, which is unfortunate for him. And then he is going to provoke an attack of opportunity from Drak as he starts shooting shadow lashes into one of many.
Oh no. That's a melee.
This guy is making a ranged attack against you.
What does melee want? Oh, that's Drax. Just kidding.
It's Drak. So this is the ranged attack. 38 reflex.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And 27 necrotic. And he'll slide you over here.
All right.
Don't slides have to be away from the person?
Push has to be away.
Push.
Push is away, pull is towards, slide is any direction. And then smack. I assume the 40 is also going to hit. So that's a total of 58 points of damage to you.
Is that a melee though? That one says MBA.
You're correct. I did accidentally. Anyway, can he move you into? Oh no, he would want to do the range attack anyways. So hang on. Let me ignore the attack roll. Just do the. This did the damage. So 27 and 29. Sorry, I did click the wrong button.
I bet it's all reflex. Yeah. Okay.
56 damage.
Okay. I'm hurting, guys.
Yeah.
Did you start with temporary hit points?
I did.
Yep.
I've
also
are you
pumped
at 74 now or?
No, I'm at 18.
All right.
And I'm going to take 10 when I start in the aura. Is that right?
I think it's when you end.
Okay.
I click the button again. Pillar. You are slowed. So that is automatic, but you have to end your turn adjacent to the aura. So he's going to slide you to there.
Okay.
And then he's going to end his turn, because that seemed to be quite effective. What a Benny. It is your turn.
Okay. So if I'm slowed, I can still like teleport and stuff, right? That's correct.
So yes, but slow just means your speed is 2. So if your teleportation is like I teleport my speed, then you teleport 2.
No, I teleport 20 squares.
Okay.
Yeah.
One, could you
I can what?
I'm trying to think where you could go that would block the other eye. Could you teleport to here?
Yeah. What's his let's see. He's range 10 though. Warren, I don't want to be. I could put my chicken there.
Will that block line of sight?
Does
A
chicken block
chicken's
line
not
of
going to
sight?
block my line of sight. Well, if you
Okay.
teleport here, my very next turn, I teleport here and turn off the rune.
But couldn't the eye down south see you from there?
Oh yeah, do I have to be within 10 of my consciousness to have my consciousness stay? Is that true, Gary?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was talking that whole time and muted. I apologize. So yes, the answer is you have to end your turn within 10 of your consciousness. Now your consciousness can move when you take a movement action.
But I wanted to block the thing.
Oh, what if your consciousness went here and you went here?
No, I don't want to be there. Okay, sorry. I'm using the measurement tool, but I've hidden it, but perhaps it makes sense to show it. Broadcast. Oh no. Okay, broadcast. So I was thinking of doing that. I'll go here. So I'll be within 10 of my consciousness, but I will be 12 away from the guy so that he cannot attack me.
Gotcha.
But I also I think can help you out, Morin.
Okay.
So you need something here to block line of sight?
Yes.
Okay. So I just used a movement daily dimension door, whatever it's
I should
called.
say I need to block this eye from seeing me.
Okay. So something that I can do as a minor action is I can create a non-living, non-magical object in an unoccupied square or ally's hand. It could be an item from adventuring gear. Gary, can I just conjure a big cardboard cutout of myself to go right here?
I mean, a statue is not normally in there. But you
But
can do
this
a
is-
mannequin of yourself.
Yeah. Okay. I put a mannequin of myself here that Morin can position.
So I really like the use of the ability. The only issue is that you need to summon it where you are, right? Isn't it?
No, within range. It's range 5.
Oh, it's range 5. Ah,
Yeah.
beautiful. So
So-
minor creation range 5.
Yup. This is a standard action, so I hope you enjoy it.
I really want just one map to have like 17 one of many tokens.
Oh yeah, I can.
You can make your own token.
Yeah, I have this power. I'll put it. I'll choose the conjuration side. Okay, so that was my standard and my move, and then for my minor, I kind of feel like healing myself, you guys. Does anybody else need healing?
Do it.
Philly, are you down any hit points? No. You're down like 1 hit point. Let's see.
I mean, he's really only been trying to kill the person that keeps dominating him.
Well, Tino, I'm trying to kill the person or dominate the person who's been trying to kill me.
I've done my best to keep you alive, unlike Griffle.
Wow, she's dead. She can't do anything right now, Drac.
No,
Jesus.
like I didn't keep her alive
Unlike
last
what
time.
he did for Griffle.
Yeah. I didn't do a
I
good
know.
job for her. I'm
What's
doing my
Griffle
best
done
for you.
in this combat, eh?
Oh, I wish I don't. Yeah, I don't think I really have a minor that does anything useful. Critical insight. Okay, I will say before I teleport it away, I will use a minor action critical insight on the guy until the end of my next turn. Me or any ally that hits the target with attack can make that a crit. That's my minor. I believe I have a button for that. Let me see. Critical. Yeah. So let's say I did that on him before I teleported away.
Cool. Yeah, I was going to ask. The thing I need to know is it a close burst or ranged? It's a close
Yeah.
burst, so it doesn't provoke. Sweet.
Yeah.
So remind the next person. Oh yeah, you get to choose. So you'll have to be the one that says, "Hey, that's a crit."
Okay.
Morin, you're up. You begin your turn.
Filibuster. Okay.
So
I was gonna
you
say
begin-
Filibuster asked if I could delay.
Well, that
is-
was gonna mark, but it looks like we have an answer.
you can delay.
I would take it twice.
No, you won't take it twice. But the way that delay stuff works is any harmful things that happen when you start your turn trigger, and any beneficial things that happen when you end your turn end. So basically, it's any ongoing. Like you can't just not take a zone damage by permanently delaying. So
Right.
you'll get.
Oh
hit
yeah,
with
I
it,
was
and then you take
I was
your
just
turn.
thinking of I guess the question I have is this square in view of the eye?
It is not.
Okay. So then I don't think I need to delay, right, Filibuster?
Sounds correct to me.
Okay.
So you start your turn. Zap.
I do.
It crits you
Okay.
Jeez.
Oh no.
for
What's-
27
what's
points of
doing that,
cold and
Zap?
fire damage.
27?
Great.
You were not slowed before this attack, so you don't take
I was
the
not.
-5 to skill checks.
Correct.
But you are now slowed.
How is he triggering that?
He
I'm
is
standing
starting
in
his
the
turn.
burst.
Oh.
What is there it is. Okay. And then I will teleport to here. And I will attempt to shatter this sea rune once more.
Once more.
Did you take your damage? Oh, because you had all your temps.
Yeah.
Oh, what you could do is if you
I'm talking to myself.
delay, I can buff your roll.
Oh, I mean that'd be good.
I just had that thought
It's up to you guys.
before you roll. Does that? Well, he still takes the damage that he just took, right? And that's it.
He'll still take the damage. He just won't move if he's delaying.
I will delay.
Yeah,
Okay.
do that.
Okay, Philly, go ahead.
Do that anyways. Okay. I was gonna do this. So first, let's. Actually, wait. Let me check. Make sure this doesn't end my turn. I feel like I made this action before. Oh, it's just weekend. Who cares? Okay. There you go. One of many. Please heal yourself.
Thank you. Spend.
I am now weakened. Very cool. That's okay though. You also can take +2 to attack and a Last Legion officer bonus of your choice. For my minor action, I am going to click Insightful Comment, which gives you a +7. Yeah, it's like a giant wave of holiness comes out from me. It's just.
Well, I'm just funny because she has so many tokens on the board.
Oh, right.
Like,
They all go up.
They all go up.
So basically,
None.
everyone, not everyone, one of many, myself, and Morin will get +7 to bluff, diplomacy, and intimidate checks till the end of my next turn. I don't know what to do. I guess I can make a move a minor. Okay, I changed my plans a little bit, but I will still sort of stick to it because I use this power. I'm gonna pretend I made a really nice rhyme, and then it ended with fearful jailer, look upon me as a queen of winter, be set free. Make a move a minor, and that I'll just do I guess an intimidate check. That was kind of threatening. I don't know what my goal is for that.
So you're using a movement action, and you're trying to draw the attention of the warden. Is that the goal, or are you trying to what's the goal? Is the goal to draw the attention of the warden?
Okay, my
Or
thought
to
was
call
sort of
it-
trying to invoke this jail behind me.
Yeah, so you're trying to call to the she. You're not trying to call to the warden.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Oh, that would not be an intimidate check, or unless you. I mean, I could do a diplomacy. It's the same roll.
It does have a different feel to it depending on what you do. Because an intimidate is you're trying to draw them into you, you're trying to say to force the issue. I am the powerhouse here. It's the stick. Whereas the carrot is hey, I'm calling you. I'm trying to lead you. I'm trying to help you. Help me. Help me. Help me.
I think my original intention was to mark, which I didn't do, but that's okay. I was gonna mark and then do that as an intimidate check, basically.
I think intimidate makes more sense.
I would draw it towards me, basically. Draw your ire. Okay. Intimidate.
Remember to add your 7.
7. God damn it! I'll take it.
So you focus your energies in, you kind of draw all this together, and you can feel the reaction of the she. There are 9 sarcophagi which seem like 3 layers of 3 she spread around the room, and as you're kind of forcing it through, you get the impression of reaching out for something, reaching out for aid, reaching out for command, and there being a feel of grabbing a hound by the reins, right? Or grabbing something and trying to force it your way. And this weird sort of sensation flows back through of desire, where when you command, you get the impression back that it wants to be commanded. It responds well to strength and authority. I.e., if you'd made that a diplomacy check, the DC would have been significantly harder.
Cool. They do kind of seem like hard asses.
So that will be a success for that. Cool. Maureen, you're up.
I get hit again, or I get crit again. I teleport, and then I'm going to attempt to intimidate an arcanic rune. With a +7. I'm not talking to myself. Jesus.
That was on a standard action, or
That was a standard action.
okay. It matters because the 1 is not an automatic failure in a skill check, which is important because I think. Oh no, it's not. Oh yeah, because it is hard DC. All right, so it's hard DC +10 to try to do it without the thing there. So that is going to be a failure. Because you're looking for DC 41, right? Yeah. Do you have any rerolls or other shenanigans, or is the group running a little low on those?
I don't think I do.
Okay, so that is a fail to disarm. So the C rune is going to react. So
It's a hard DC +10 because the other 2 runes are up.
It is hard DC +10 because the other rune is there. So it is still going to be destroyed, but as it is destroyed, it is going to do this to you.
Oh, I see. So it's a successful destroy, but because I didn't get hard DC +10, I suffer the penalty.
Consequences, yeah. So hard DC +10 on the stand. So the way it works is, if you destroy it, or the DCs don't change. So it's standard is hard DC and minor is hard DC +10. But if you don't beat the DC +10, you suffer a consequence.
Right.
So you take 16 poison damage, and the other one was active too. So it's going to be wherever the other one is. Midnight Rune. It's also 16 fire. So 16 poison, and then 16 fire.
Okay.
And you are pushed, basically slammed against the wall and dazed.
Okay.
However, the thing is destroyed.
That seems relevant.
Why does it?
Wait, so sorry. I'm looking at the handout. It says destroying an unmasked rune with a standard action is moderate DC.
Is it?
That's what the handout says.
I mean, if the handout says it, then that is what's correct, because I spent a lot of work on the handout to make sure it's actually correct. I might have been remembering the rules for the other one, because I didn't have it open anymore.
The C rune, right? He's trying to destroy an unmasked C rune.
But with
Correct.
the other 2 up.
No. So I was remembering the destroying a rune from the first part, which is standard hard and minor hard +10. I was incorrect in remembering that the destroying the unmasked rune is a lower DC.
So it is a hard DC +10.
So it is a hard DC +10. So you won't trigger both of the other runes.
Oh, thank goodness.
Because I was looking through my notes, being like, that seems wrong. Like, that seems like a hard DC success against that shouldn't have all these negative consequences. And the answer is, my notes are better than my memory.
Yeah, the +7 came in handy.
Is there no consequence that the others are up, though?
It makes it to where it is. So he needed moderate DC +10 in order to trigger it with no consequence.
God.
If he just did moderate, he would have gotten a consequence. But because because I was remembering hard DC is the reason that it was having consequence. So, yeah, pops it open. You can see that the ice around the room is starting to splinter in all of the different sarcophagi. The once crystal clear coffins are now completely opaque as the ice is crackling and turning into a fine dust. You can see that the main sarcophagus that is next to Filibuster is also experiencing the same thing. The crystal clear ice at the bottom is splintering, and the lid is lifting off. Inside, you can see this mist that is starting to glow from the cracked lid, and you feel as if you are in the presence of actual power. People feel like they're like the little lump in the back of their throat that was there seems to be no longer there, as if the thing preventing speaking a name to power has been broken.
Hmm. I will look at Avar and I will say, it seems you are too weak to say your own name, but I am not. El Kethak to Ubron. Leave this place. We have come to free the Queen of Winter.
So you see, it's a free action to speak. So you go, as soon as you see the thing broken, your voice is able to be heard, and a third utterance. Third. This time, it is not echoing from the chambers around the room. It is not being kind of pushed through the ice in a forced tone, although the voice doesn't sound like it's any better for the wearer. Still an old witch's whisper. Elgath ak te Ubrian, my patience is drawn. By my power and my throne, my blood and my bone, thrice I have named thee and done. Release me, demon. And you see a third letter, the origin of darkness, the word that is just midnight. The three words carved into the demon's flesh, you can now see spin and turn inside out as his body is ripped open from the inside, as the three letters can be seen not as reversed, but in correct order. The M, the midnight, the A, the apology, the B of binding. The three letters of the Queen of Winter. Queen Mab steps out of her prison, and you feel the air still become colder yet, but now it feels like a comforting cold, a cool, crisp cold that you know you can run in for miles and miles and miles. Your chest will burn, the very air itself will sting on the way down, but you'll never sweat. You'll never grow tired. You'll never grow too overheated to need to stop, and always feel the hunt calling you forward into the warm blood of what is behind the next dark pass. When the queen steps onto the field, everything else doesn't matter anymore. As the Queen of Air and Darkness pushes her mind into the demon that was her warden for so many years, and you see the demon isn't dead, but the demon is not itself anymore. It is now a creature of winter. So, the queen steps out of her prison.
Rock, run!
That's what I was thinking. I'm just gonna hide behind a pillar.
So when you guys see her, she looks like a twin sister to the Summer Queen, but it's as if you see her dressed in a completely different outfit, in a different persona, rather than a different person. Queen Mab, as compared to Queen Lachesin, just looks like her mirror, her counterpart, her twin. And you see all of the sort of harsh edges and angular things that have this sort of aloof beauty, sort of picturesque beauty on Queen Lachesin. On Queen Mab, it is dark and cold and distant, hard marble instead of artistry. She comes out, and you can feel the presence of the other powerful she imprisoned in the room as they crack out of their sarcophagi and then just sort of ooze through the floors, ooze into the ice, into the darkness, and back into the heart of winter. Let's take a 10-minute break real quick, because I need to get some water and go to the bathroom, and then we can sort of come back in and jump into the conversation with Queen Mab.
Woo.
Sounds good.
Okay. I'll see you guys in 10.
Yep.
All right. So the queen emerges from her prison. She looks around, and then she focuses heavily on Drak and says, "If you wish me to follow Morgana's fate, you didn't bring enough goblins, Sir Knight."
I came to assist in freeing you and want nothing else.
Of course. Nothing gives their strength to a Fey court, and once for nothing.
Yeah, I don't know why you said that.
I don't know. I don't want to seem like I'm here for, because I know last time we talked, like, if I'm here, she's going to assume I'm attacking, right? But I need to just say, like, you know.
No, I know why you said that. I'm saying Filibuster said that.
Oh, I see. I'll just not talk and just say nothing.
So she looks. She can see that you're at least saying that you're not here to kill her. And then she seems to like look around and wait. You can see like the look on her face. If you hadn't seen the Queen of Summer do this, it might be relatively difficult. Like I would make an insight check for you guys to see this is happening. But that look of drawing energy, of drawing information, right? Of putting on, like mentally putting on the mantle that has been a mantle of power, where she's starting to feel all of winter and starting to perceive everything. You can see her doing that, where she's like very rapidly catching up to what's going on. She's drawing her power into herself, and she's learning what's happening at a very rapid rate. And she's, you know, using the time that you guys are all standing here to do that, and waiting for you guys to take the first step.
Okay. Queen Mab, we have freed you, although we have been affiliated with Summer in various capacities, because, as I am sure you are learning now, our plane and all of the planes, all of the mirrors, are in a dire state. You have been locked away for quite some time, as has Summer and her retinue and your retinue, and the grandmothers are gone, and the adversary is here, and things are quite bad, and we have freed some of Summer, and as a result, things are not in balance, and we seek to restore balance. So while we do travel with a Summer Knight, things have changed considerably since you have been locked away. Please do not see this as a trick or a slight.
She shrugs her shoulders at that and then goes, "Child, I am far older and more logical than my little summer sister. I know the logic of balance and how it affects the mortal world, and how that in turn affects all that is unseelie. There is a reason for balance, a reason for us to oppose each other. And you are right. We are Sorry, the DM had a cough. Hang on. We are unbalanced still. Summer has her knight and her sword. I have neither my shield nor my knight. It will be difficult to reassert myself in the mortal world. If this is not your purpose, perhaps we can come to an arrangement to balance the scales if my sister will permit you to deal with such unsavory folks.
We know about the rightful rat bastard that is your knight. Could you talk about who the shield is, though?
That's the Summer Princess,
Is that
the queen that is yet to be. We
Oh.
know where she is.
wait? Who's her older then? Elder.
Her
Who's the-
elder's grandmother, but
Grandmother Winter.
she's
Is-
locked
wait, is-
away.
Oh, she's the one on the planet. Wait,
This is
What?
Mother Winter.
yes,
We know where Lady Winter is.
she's the one on the planet.
Yes, on
Matsibu.
Matsibu, surrounded by 121 star shadows.
So what's grandmother?
She's locked away, just like Grandmother Summer. We
I think
suppose.
We've asked where Grandmother Summer is, and she's in her like personal dimension, right?
Hmm.
But I don't know if we asked where Grandmother Winter is.
How come this person didn't mention grandmother?
I think the
that seems very
grandmothers.
intentional.
I think the grandmothers are kind of out of the dealings of the plane.
Well, but she also very specifically said to get things in balance, this is what Summer has. We don't have grandmother.
Summer
a
doesn't
knight.
have grandmother.
So she mentioned the things that we do have, which are Clotho and the Knight.
Hmm.
Okay.
The sword and the knight.
Okay, well, in that case, I'll change what I said. I'll say we're very familiar with that rat bastard of a knight you have. We're actually very interested in dealing with him.
As am I. He betrayed my daughter, and in doing so, all of winter. It will be interesting to experiment on the extent of his immortality.
I don't think we can do that. Well, maybe.
We can.
We have had a vision of him. He is imprisoned. He is imprisoned in a ship of the voiceless talkers on this plane, the Prime. We believe that he may no longer be conscious in his body, but be just a shell. We have been tasked with destroying him and collecting his soul.
A difficult task, to be sure. But let us speak plainly, child. You are speaking of a potential. She shakes her head. My knight can never be hidden from me. I feel now the pieces of his essence spread all through the mortal world. And where his soul fragment remains, that is in a place of cold and dark. Those places are never hidden from me.
If you would tell us his location, we would collect his soul and put him out of his misery.
If I were to tell you his location, I would be acting on sentiment. I hate and loathe the night. I feel his betrayal itch in my belly. But no, without my shield, if you go and take the night and it is something you are not up to the task of completing, I'll not free something else with the ability to harm me and all of winter.
And is your shield your daughter, the Lady of Winter?
Of course. The strumpet should have taught you better.
We know where she is located, but we are unable to free her. She is assailed by star shadows on Matsibu in a prison of ice.
Mab smiles what looks to be genuinely for the first time. But she's sort of worn a half smile through most of this, but it gives you the feeling of like a smile that someone wears when they've got a plot that they know that you do not. There is a sense of sort of harshness in the smile. And then this one changes a little bit to something that looks kind of like pride. Still, she resists. I had doubted the wisdom of promoting the child, but if she's been able to temper herself for this long, perhaps she has more potential as a proper heir. You are not up to the task of going after so strong a host of the Hope Slayer. That is something I can handle.
Wait, what?
Can we watch?
She just said what?
She's going to take care of it.
Yeah, she's gonna deal with the 121 star shadows.
And then we just walk in.
I think she's just going to take care of it.
So you see her do that strange thing where you can tell there's a lot of like power running through her. There's a lot of like things behind her eyes that you can see where there's like dozens of emotions that are changing as she's figuring stuff out. And then she'll follow it up by saying, I can deal with the threats I knew, but without my more proper strength and without knowing exactly your knight's angle, I wouldn't want to risk something that's been free for a while and able to learn things I don't have access to. The shield defends herself. I can stop that host. If anything else stands between my girl's prison and an open door, that shall be of mortal task.
So anything other than the 121 doodads.
So maybe like the stent versions.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Because, wait, Hope Slayer's a walker, not a star shadow, right?
Mm-hmm.
But those 121
Or from
are
her,
are from her,
right?
and we know that Stent and the others are from
Well,
presumably Akamar.
Stent was Akamar, I think, and then Sap and App were different.
They were? Okay.
Were Gibeth and another one.
Hadar.
Hadar, yeah.
I didn't know, like, obviously they all died to the three of them, but I didn't know if only one of them had turned them.
I want to make the thing that she's saying clear without speaking as Mab, because it does hurt my voice eventually. what she's basically saying is she doesn't know enough about like the current state of affairs.
Hmm.
So anything that's been able to be free to act, to like do stuff and have plans for thousands of years, she doesn't want to deal with yet. But she will deal with the 121 that have been fighting presumably fighting the Winter Lady for thousands of years because they've been busy. So she's like, those should still be in basically the same state they were back then. I know what they are. I can handle that. But anything that she's kind of recognizing that like new stuff might have occurred between when I close my eyes and when I open them again. So anything new is not necessarily a threat, but it's unknown, right? So this is like it's a risk that she doesn't know enough about those things to be able to act. It isn't necessarily that they're different in kind, because I think one of many was able to figure out that some of the 121 are Akamar as well. So they aren't different in kind. They're sort of different in sort of state, I guess. It's like these are all the old ones that are functioning as they were on old rules. These new ones might be operating under different rules. And because I don't know what the new rules are, I don't want to engage them.
But we would interpret this to be like she's saying the ones that are Stent and Sap and App are going to be our problem.
Yes.
Okay.
Is she also saying she won't let us get to Dalseth until she's freed her daughter because that's her shield?
Yeah, she won't help you.
Hmm.
So like she knows where it is, doesn't seem to be opposed to giving that information if she has the ability to protect herself.
Right. Okay.
But she's making it clear that she considers the knight a threat to her and does not want you to go out there and fail and then free him.
Right.
And then she
And
now
she's
has something
like,
that can actually hurt her.
Yeah. This all makes sense to us. We would be aligned with you in freeing your shield. And when that task is done, we would ask for the location of Dalseth so that we can complete our duty. Is that amenable?
A reasonable deal without needing to be a bargain.
Yes, there have been many bargains of late.
So she says, yeah, if you can deal with in one way or another the crew or whatever other things might get in your way from opening the thing, Mab will deal with the 121.
Okay.
Okay.
Queen Mab, who are these servants of yours in these sarcophagi?
8 noble men and women, ancient servants these, and one glorious imposter that is going to need quite a lot of complimenting when I can figure out which one it is. You can see her looking around at the different sarcophagi.
You mean that one of these is the one that betrayed you and locked you away?
That, child, no. Even the treacherous winter would not reward betrayal. No, one of these 9 should be a handmaiden of mine that is a doppelganger. A trickster, an impostor put in place so that my real hand could be free in the world while I was imprisoned. A fake hand that baited the trap. A good move that I could have emulated, and possibly will later. So she's saying there were 9 handmaidens sealed away from her, and she's now aware that 8 of those handmaidens were actually handmaidens. One of them was a fake, and she thinks left by someone who was able to then be free to do other things while she was sealed away.
Wait,
Wait.
sorry.
So she had 9 handmaidens,
Hmm.
and one of them escaped being imprisoned by having a doppelganger.
Yes. So one of them.
So, and one
one of
of
them
Winter's
left-
handmaidens has been out in the world.
Yes.
Let's
Black
probably hope.
bitch.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
the black. It's the no. It's the Witch of the Fens.
That's what I said.
No, that's a different lady, and you know it. Queen Mab, we have heard of one of your servants. She lives in the Reach. She is called the Witch of the Fens.
On the planet Salban of
The
the
planet-
Prime.
Yes. Perhaps this is who you seek.
So she's like kind of glancing over, looking at the other like containers fondly, and then her eyes sort of swivel to you, and there is sort of like a mechanical feel to it. It almost gets the impression that when she turns to focus on you, like the turning of a gun turret. And she goes, "You have a signature, a name, child."
I don't know that we do. Do we? Do we get it
I-
from Hatterai?
Or
We have
what's her
one-
name?
We have one on our ship who knows her.
Hmm.
I don't think that's true.
Well,
Yeah.
Oh, Lester, what were you saying? From what's her name?
The vampire
Cherie?
didn't.
Margot?
Would she have given us that?
Nope. You do have something that is indicative of her. What I don't remember, because it's not in this section of notes, is whether you know that's what you have.
Well, it would have been from back in
It is
Oh,
from,
is it the candle?
beginning of the Reach. Oh
Yes.
yeah, we had her candle that kid got from her.
So I've actually been meaning to ask about this multiple times because I'm pretty sure that I originally, when I saw that candle, was like, "Ooh, that's some like dark magic shit. I'm gonna pocket it."
Mhm,
Well,
you did. You
gr-
took the,
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I did take it. So I think
Yes,
I
you
do
did.
have it.
What candle?
So
It
the
was a summoning
blacksmith
ritual
kid.
that the blacksmith
I
son was
remember
using.
this. Yeah.
Gary is shoehorning this fucking blacksmith back into our story.
Goddamn blacksmith. Well,
You guys
Griffle.
like, that was not even the reference I was going for, but it is also true.
Wow.
Amazing. So yeah, I will give her the candle reluctantly.
So you hand her the candle. She looks at it, and you see that she like strokes her hand over it, like she's touching like a doll. And you see the wax sort of move and meld under her fingers, and you can feel this sort of aura of power around the candle as Queen Mab is drawing the spell signature out of an object, which is not a thing that people should be able to do. This is sort of like a getting the impression of like this is like object reading on a level that is deeper, right? Like this is such a different level of power being moved that it's basically a different thing. It's the same thing on a different scale. And when she draws the power out of it, two of the people here, actually three of the people here, are going to recognize the spell signature she pulls out because it comes with a name that you guys have recently invoked. Because you were given this name as a powerful divination spirit by.
Oh. She's the one who's still out and about.
The
That's
Sphinx
wild.
gave it to us, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she gave us a bunch of names.
Hilarious that's not how we did this.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah, because I was like, oh, maybe they'll get there, and then you're like, oh, I have this candle, and I'm like, yeah, that candle is made by her. She would be able to do this.
I
But-
cannot believe that a candle I picked up 2.5 years ago.
More. Jesus.
I mean, it wasn't what I thought was going to be the solution, but I love that it was the solution. So she draws the power out. You can recognize it, and then you hear Mab's sort of 10 packs a day per go. Hmm. The Lananshi. I might have known. You are unusually competent for mortals.
That's the closest thing to a thank you you've given us.
We've heard that before.
I mean, I haven't, but
So
Yeah, the
she
Skylord gets around.
she says, I owe you a debt. You have freed me, given me what I need to understand this world more properly, and I believe are intending to free my shield. Winter will remember, and unlike others, I do not pay my debts by getting you to cover my debts.
That's based.
I cannot logically give you what you want without endangering all of winter. You have asked for a name I would give at no cost if you choose to act in winter's stead. So what else do you want? Ones who are mortal and not following in mortal footsteps.
God, I hate this question.
I mean,
No.
I want Griffle resed.
Tell her. Tell the
I
nice
don't want to
lady.
talk to this lady.
I want you to do it because I think it's funny.
Tell the nice lady what you want.
It's also funnier if it's more painful for her because you're asking.
On our way to free you, one of our companions fell. Is it possible for you to resurrect them? And Morin, if you could hold out the head.
Oh yeah, hold on. I have a picture for this.
So you pull out the head, you ask, she seems to kind of look past you rather than look at you. Like she's like looking over your head or over your shoulder than directly at you when you talk to her, Drock. But then she turns and looks at the head and then says, I can step on a hand or two to bring that soul back here, but it'd be a significant expenditure of will. Winter repays her debts, but I think you may not understand the strength of your request, the vigorousness of which I must answer it with. The soul there is not within my normal domain. Going and getting it would be harmful. She turns to Filibuster when she says harmful.
And what if it's on fire? Does it like not stop being on fire? Oh, I guess not. Do I know that?
No.
Oh shit. Okay.
So yeah, like at
Ask
this
her what
point,
she means.
we don't know anything about Griffle.
She says, I can go do that. But she says, what you're asking is going to actually be harder for me than I think you believe it is. And if I do it, it's going to be painful. Like it's going to cause actual real harm. And then she looks at Filibuster.
Like to me or to my boys?
The keepers of the vaults are very particular about their rules. Winter has signed agreements. We are neutral. We do not step in another's vault. That would be a violation of the Accords. A breach of contract between, at least, pretending to be immortals.
Can I like here, authorized user business? Can you? I don't really know that much. I just got this card.
She kind of laughs at that, and that same sort of like echoing weird witch cackle, and then says, I could accompany you into your vault. You are able to give permission, of course. But you must understand, child, where I go, all of winter goes. My body is the body of winter. It would strain those that perceive me. It would change the world around me. The mortal world is resistant to such change. Your domain would not.
Okay.
you-
I think I'll pass.
You were saying
Sorry, I was gonna say I'll speak up, because like our players wouldn't know anything, right? Or our characters wouldn't know anything. So I'd say, so if I'm understanding, Griffel's soul is no longer with us; it is within Philly's domain.
Its choice was either that or within the comet imprisoned with me. And that goblin does not like the cold so much as she likes the heat.
You're talking like it's really hitting me right now. I recently played Half-Life 2. You're talking just like the G-Man.
Yes, that is what it reminds me of. Thank you.
I'm like, what is that? When he says that goblin, he means not me, right? Or
Griffel.
Yeah. It means Griffel.
yeah.
She's making a reference to Griffel was given the chance between a fire and ice and chose fire. Weird that the sun cleric chose the fire.
if Griffel is in your domain, can you not just get her out?
Yeah, can't you just res her yourself, cleric?
I mean, you're asking a dude who only knows how to chop wheat if he can bake bread. You know what I'm saying? I don't.
So yeah, the what the DM wants to say about this is Queen Mab says she will go with you into the she'll either go get the thing, but it's going to cause it a lot of damage. If you want her to go with you into the domain, she will, but it is but she's going to warp the reality around her because it's a mutable place and she is not a mutable entity.
Well, that doesn't seem preferable. What else do we want? There's other things.
All right, let me pull up our unresolved questions.
Okay, seriously, I don't know how what this character can do for us in this situation, but I'm still just so aware of Slacterial just running amok on the Prime.
Oh, this is where Gwendolyn died, right?
Yeah.
Guess we know why.
Yeah, there's her body in the corner next to one.
It's her eyeball.
No, I
Queen
meant the little like statue thing.
No. Queen Mab, are you while you were sealed away, were you aware of the happenings on this comet?
I am now aware of the entire history of the comet. I was not then. I am now.
There is a daughter of a friend who came here. We do not know exactly what she was seeking, but we know she perished here. And it would bring great comfort if we could better understand the circumstances of her death. It would have been very recent in your time scale. She was a storm giant.
Yes. A pretty thing. What is it you wish to know, child?
Do you know what she sought here and how she died? Who killed her?
She followed in the footsteps of many who were before her. Many things have been drawn by my power, and by the power of this thing. She looks back behind you, and the the demon is still laying on the ground, writhing in pain. And you can still see that sort of searing word burned into it as it thrashes. She was one of those who sought power and was betrayed, such as it always is.
Do you know who betrayed her?
So you see her eyes sort of mist over for a moment, where a lot of times when she's like drawing energy and drawing power, it is sort of like a collective flow. This feels like a terminal, right? Where you imagine like wires of energy extending in every direction, and it's all coming into her. This is like she's looking very specifically at something, like she's looking at a scene. She's pulling something up manually, I guess you'd say. And you think that she's doing some version of like your ritual to see a specific location in the past. Inquisitive. She's doing a version of Inquisitive's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
She's just doing it on a different time scale. I can feel her rage and terror, disappointment, despair. Betrayals and betrayals. This place makes them easier. It was one she trusted, as all real, interesting betrayals are. Nothing burns away quite like a mother's love.
Her mother betrayed her. But I thought Gwendolyn's death is what sent her mother over the edge. Well, that was according to Bedveer.
That's according to Bedveer.
She may have been dominated.
She might have been. Do you know where her mother is now? Or why she betrayed her?
The reason all betrayals happen. The lust for personal gain, or the fear of personal loss. The woman feared what her daughter would find she had become. Oh, and yes, storms there are in cold, deep waters, but so too there is darkness. I can feel her dealings now. I can see the blank spots in my vision. The outside spreads further and further. That will be a score worth settling. You wish her location to strike her down?
I believe we do. If there is no other way, if she is too far gone.
I cannot say for sure, but with what I know now, she seems as invested in her own destruction as my poor knight.
Oh, interesting.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it means
I-
she's a part of the adversary.
She's yeah, but at this point, she because Dalseth wishes that he could die, but he's being kept alive by the Star Shadows
Right.
because he's immortal. So I think it's better than not.
She repents, maybe. Is she in the what was it called?
Black
The
Fen.
Black Fens? The place, the water where the outside spreads, is that the Black Fens?
Yes. They are corrupting things meant to resist them. A classic ploy, but effective if nothing is there to counter them.
Isn't it the Shadowfell? The Black Fens are in the Shadowfell.
I don't know. It's the egg, the god egg that we found
Yeah.
in the temple had a portal to the Black
We also
Fens.
sent
Wait.
some. It is in the Shadowfell. We also
Why-
there was a portal underwater that we redirected to the Black Fins.
Yeah, because we knew that's where Leviathan were from.
No, we did it randomly. We didn't pick.
Really?
I promise.
We
Okay.
knew that was where the Leviathan were coming from, but it was a random location, and we just rolled and got the Black Fens. I think.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's
I don't
right.
think you did. I think it was going to the Black Fins originally, and you randomly reload the location to Guaderic.
Oh, you're so right. You're so right.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it
Well,
was under. It was by
from the Black
Hardhome.
Fins. Yes,
From
it
the
was
Black
by Hardhome.
Fens. Yeah. But also
The-
Gelthak, the guy whose head we reincarnated, the fish man, he told us like that's where the masters are. The masters live in the Black Fens and they have like a
Mm.
pyramid. Oh my god.
So
A pyramid, Josh. A pyramid.
a pyramid is not the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would ask the
As a
queen.
ziggurat.
A pyramid is just a ziggurat with
If
some
Shadowmantle
extra
has
blocks.
dominion over the Shadowfell, why has he not taken efforts to stop the spread of the outside in the Black Fens?
Is that a question being asked to the queen, or is that a question
Yes.
being asked to the group?
No, I asked that to the queen.
You see her like you say it, and you see that like processing, right? Like the thinking thing where she's like clearly figuring out what you're talking about. Like she before you ask the question, you're pretty certain she doesn't know who Shadowmantle is.
But that was the same for Mother Summer, right?
Yeah. And she shakes her head and says, "Ah, a child playing with their parents' guns. An interesting evening, but a poor life choice, even for an undead. It is attempting to act with strength and knowledge. Its actions being seen by you as ineffective isn't entirely untruthful." So she thinks he is trying, just not succeeding.
Trying to get rid of them?
Yeah, if you're asking like why is he not doing anything if it's in the Shadowfell? And the answer is it seems like he's trying but not succeeding at getting rid of it entirely.
Mm.
Okay.
She is
So
she is
okay.
pretty disdainful of whatever powers he's trying to use.
Right.
Yeah.
That does not surprise me. Um, Shadow Mantle's spell signature changed. Did On the Song's spell signature change?
I think so.
But do we think On the Song's spell signature changed because she
Became a
became a vampire or because she interacted with Iris?
well, my spell signature hasn't changed.
Not yet. I suspect it will.
It's presumptuous of you.
I'm sure it'll change after Al Shaib obliterates you too.
Oh my gosh. We're friends.
um, hmm.
Why? What are you thinking about asking?
Well, I was just a little bit concerned that maybe she was going to be like, "Oh, Shadow Mantle is actually still working with the adversary," but
Mm.
I'm pretty sure that the changing of his spell signature is what freed him from the shackles of the adversary.
I think probably when he became a lich, and then when On became a vampire. It's like these big transformations of becoming immortal, sort of immortal.
But we were told that interacting with Iris has changed Shadow Mantle's spell signature, right?
I don't remember that. I'm not disagreeing, I just don't remember.
Yeah. Um,
I feel like we could ask more about Avar.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where you free one of you open up the loot box of lore stuff.
Yeah. Mab, we have learned that there were 6 entities that gave up their names and joined the outside, and that they have become walkers, and that no one remembers who or what they were. Are you familiar with this?
Taken, child. The names were taken. They were not given up.
Do you know did you know these 6? Are you prevented from remembering them or from speaking of them? Is there a way that we could uncover this information?
Peers of mine they were. Friends of 1,000 years or more each. You ask if I remember them, yes. Reality doesn't remember, but it is full of things that are very young and fickle. I remember the one I see as a slayer of hope was my sister once.
Oh.
a summer queen.
She nods.
Can you remind me when we were talking to Mother Summer and she told us like which queens had been killed? Wasn't it like way more summer queens had been killed than winter queens?
Yes.
Mhm. It
Okay.
was like
All
50 summer and like 4 winter or something.
right. Okay.
And from the way, sorry, it's hard to talk as her all the time, but from the way that's talking, it's pretty clear that she considers herself, if not stronger than the current Summer Queen, but definitely older than.
For sure. And the other 5, were they also in your station or your sister's station?
Peers, but not the same. No more of the courts were taken. If they took from each, they would take with balance, and their purpose would be destroyed. They seek to unbalance things. Take from one, not from another. Cause chaos.
And do you believe there is anything of what they once were, or are they well and truly gone?
If there was not some sentiment of reality remaining, the entire personal guard of what was once my sister would not have been sent after a child who offered her insolence. My other has ever been illogical and fueled by emotions.
Wait, so sorry, can you clarify? So Hope Slayer sent her old retinue after someone who had slighted her
Yep.
after she was Hope Slayer and her whole retinue were Star Shadows.
Yeah. And so she's saying, if nothing remained,
Mm-hmm.
that
She wouldn't
doesn't
be
make
so
any
petty.
sense.
Who was this impertinent one?
She just sort of like gestures with her left hand. She just sort of flicks her wrist, and you see a little shield of ice appear over her hand, and then she blows it away.
That makes sense.
So you hear a crack that goes through the entire ground, like some sort of enormous sledgehammer blow hits the comet. And you can feel it sort of rattling around, although it doesn't seem to move you enough on a small scale to like knock you over. It feels like it's something that's echoing through the ice below. Ah, a useful focus. I'm beginning to learn the stakes as they are. Oh. One of the batches of 11 is currently broken. It is good to see that the destruction of myself and my court, of even my sister's more doughty forces, were not taken without at least some loss. The elder evils, not all of them are free. Good. A fingernail of purchase is all I will need. She kind of snaps her eyes over to you. Ah, and you have felt their shadows cross the world. You have fought them. What would a mortal say of the elders? Is their presence still felt? Do they know they are missing one? Or are they beyond sympathy to the point of incomprehension?
Is she talking about when we fought Terminus?
I think she's talking about Pandorum is not at the table.
Pandorum's gone, but she's saying we fought one of the elders. And I think Hope Slayer, Hope Slayer is one of the new 6, but there were 5 originals.
I thought Hope Slayer was one of the 5 originals.
No, she just said Hope Slayer was the Summer Queen. She was one of the 6 that was taken.
Terminus, Harbinger, Becomer, and then Disdainer and Subjugator are the originals.
Are they called Elder Evils?
No.
Okay.
But is that what she's calling them?
She's calling something the Elder Evils. You're not sure
And
if
we know that wait, was it Pandorum that was called the Elder Evil because that's what's housing like the nature of gods? Or was Avar called an Elder Evil in one of our poems?
Maybe let's just ask her what she means.
We've definitely heard Elder Evil before. Elder
Um,
Evil.
Did you ask her to clarify?
Yeah, I do.
So she licks her lips. She focuses her intent. You see that she changes her face slightly. You get the feeling like she just put on maybe not more makeup, but like different makeup. Like she changed from having sort of a casual look to a formal look instead. And as she talks, you can see her sort of long black hair slowly dying white as it's like it's coming from the roots and dying down as she's speaking. To name those that don't wish it. Nihal Akamara Dargibeth Kaithana Delban Kiradulban Zuldun Ichbar. And a nameless, defeated, worthless shadow of itself. Know that I name your peers, your brothers, your sister. Feel in oblivion your utter worthlessness, your impotence. You can feel this sort of like strange like euphoria coming over the queen as you can feel that she's just getting high off of what she's doing, very clearly inflicting pain or injury on what she's naming. Do you guys have this list? Do you want me to type it into chat though?
No.
This is the names of the Star Shadows.
Yes.
And the one she called impotent was Pandorum, right?
Yeah.
We have fought some of those you have named. We have found them to be formidable. And we have been told that we, to fix reality, must reinstate the one that was lost. For they guard the domain of hope, from which all of their domains emanate.
So the Star Shadows are Elder Evils.
So she shakes her head. No, child. Something is a shadow. The Elder Evils is what casts that shadow. You are mortal, you wouldn't fight such a thing. They are on a scale that is difficult for you to comprehend, but each of them is a physical size, roughly equivalent to your Surban.
Oh, right. Didn't we Didn't we say that they were black holes? Didn't we theorize that they were black holes?
Um,
You
This
realize
might have been
what were black holes?
I think we
the star
did.
shadows.
Well, it was the idea that a star would birth something, and then isn't that part of the giant paragraph I typed out that one day?
Yeah, it was. I don't remember where this was.
It's right here.
Oh, there it is.
Did we like see them
Sorry,
on the
that was
map?
sarcastic because here we go. I see it.
Do you really see it? Where is it?
Yeah, it's November 21st, 2024 at 8:54 a.m.
You should be able to right click and then link that post and hit enter. Because this is in the
Copy
Discord, right?
message link. Wait,
Yeah, copy message link and then just hit enter on like Prosperity so that everybody else can see it.
does that do it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
why are the stars called seeds?
there's some conversation up before them, but a star shadow be either leftovers from the creation of sentient race, and then I say a little bit below. They have me thinking of black holes being the opposite of a star's energy.
Yeah, so I thought the star shadows were the avatar for the walkers. I agree with that. But then did we know that there were like are the black holes like the planets that they come from? It seems like they're like sentient.
So, what do you want to date? What do you want to do? What do you want to say? The queen is basically just taking this time to sit and learn. So she seems to be pretty content, like the Summer Queen was, to just let you stand around while she's figuring stuff out.
But she directly asked us what a
What do
mortal
you
would
want?
say of the elders, right?
Yeah. So you all have resisted them. What is
Mhm.
your opinion of the elders now, of the elder evils now? And then you say we've fought them directly, and she says, no, you fought the shadows. I'm talking about the thing that cast those shadows.
Mhm.
Right. So the 12 names of the star, or the 11 names of the star shadows that we've been given, are the names of the elder evils, and
Mhm.
everything that we have interacted with are
Like they're foot soldiers.
their shadows.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have not fought the elder evils,
No.
but she is asking us for our opinion on them,
But
and one
didn't
of
she
them no longer exists.
Yeah, but didn't she say that she saw that we had fought them? Is that when we
Yeah,
had
that you
the
had opposed them. Yeah.
that we had what
So
them? Sorry.
that you had
Opposed.
opposed them.
Oh,
She's not
opposed.
making she's saying like, oh, you're against them. And you're like, yeah, we
Mhm.
fought those guys. She's like, well, you didn't fight
Right, right, right.
you
Okay.
didn't fight them
Yeah,
because that's not on your power scale, but you are opposing them.
yeah,
So I think that we think they suck.
yeah. But I think this got glossed over, but I would tell her that we have been told that we need to bring Pandorum back.
So she looks at you and says, you've been told. By whom?
I would produce the rod of prophecy and say, this is a bone or a rod of command from the angels Lactheriel when they were known as the angel Tyseriel, who speaks for the angel of prophecy. this angel intends to return the gods who have been forbidden and removed from reality, and believes that the only way to do so is to bring back Pandorum so that hope and all domains can be restored.
She looks at the rod that you're holding up. That is no rod of command, child. And you hold it as such. Is that being offered to me? So this is partially her asking, but this is also the DM asking. Like, a lot of times in this instance, you're either sort of just gesturing with it, like, hey, this is what we're talking about.
Mhm.
But then frequently you're offering it, like you're holding it out for them to take from you.
Yeah.
And so she's asking and I'm asking.
Yep. I would say it may be dangerous. We were given this before we understood even the tiny fraction of what we understand now, but if you believe it is safe for you to take, you are welcome to. But if you have any reservation, I would not see you done harm.
Winter will not be harmed by this. But this represents something. Does mortal will? Does a Seelie choice play into handing something into an unseelie hand? From nature to nature, through mortal hand doth pass. Does thee give it freely? She extends her hand.
I do.
So there is this weird thing where, typically speaking, you hold it out for somebody else and they take it from your hand. You hold it out for her to take it, and she doesn't approach you to take it from your hand. She stands still far enough away to where you're going to have to step forward to be next to her. And she opens her hand for you to put it into her hand. You can tell that the gesture is intentional. Like, she's not taking it from you.
Mhm.
She's making it to where you have to put it into her hand.
Have I read about this little ritual when I spent all my free time reading the Celia and Uncelia chords in our 40-something days of downtime?
So you would know. Actually, go ahead, Josh. What were you saying?
I was gonna say, I think it might actually be okay because if this is messages from the gods, I think the gods were on the side of the Winter Court in making the accords and the
Mhm.
interactions that they wanted to have. Because I think Summer didn't want to touch the rod, but they also weren't. They
They
were
were with the
more closely aligned
primordials.
with the primordials. Yeah.
But I also, I wonder if, in reading through these books, I understood, what the significance of me having to place it in her hand is.
So the answer to that is yes. You know that she's intentionally making a point of talking about the difference between Seelie and Unseelie,
Mhm.
where she's making a point of saying her as a creature of nature can't make this choice.
Mhm.
There's a choice that's happening here that is not her purview. The Unseelie Accords are between creatures of nature and creatures with nature. If you're giving her this thing, she's recognizing that this is not her her bailiwick, right? She's recognizing this is a summer action that is being taken, and that means that she can't, she physically cannot do it.
Yeah. Okay. Then I will place it in her hand.
So you place it into her hand, her eyes gloss over, her back arches slightly.
Oh no. Yo.
It's not that kind of rod either.
What'd you do?
Gary, you're supposed to take a 20-minute break if we're gonna do something really bad.
I mean, not really bad from her perspective, and from every outward physical appearance that you can see from the Queen of Winter. That was very good. So she takes a long
And the
breath.
rod goes cold.
She settles herself, and yes, every other rod that is not owned by her gets painfully cold. So, like everyone else who has one on them, the rod goes painfully cold. And then she looks back at you with her eyes a little glassy looking, and goes, "Ah, I am now better informed. I understand the score." She licks her lips again and then goes, "You have more mortal business to attend to. But when you are ready to play at my table." You could tell that she paused for a second, like she was about to say, sort of play on my field, like on the same field that I'm playing with, but then she just sort of takes a step back from it. Sorry, I've been talking as her enough that it is actually getting difficult to start again. I will be ready to help you learn what it means to be an immortal dealing with others. But what is important is that when you ascend, you must have your affairs in order. What happens when you change, when you gain a nature, or at least when you shed some of the weaknesses of your mortality, will be fundamental to what you become in the long run. If your house is not in order, she hands the rod back to one of many and then looks back over towards Filibuster and says, "Then you will be unsettled for all of immortality. Trust me, I've seen too many fall for such things. You must become something that should be immortal before you ascend." She looks around to the others. "The rest of you have your own paths, but yours I understand very simply. Yours will be much like my predecessors." She looks over towards one of many, and then she kind of glances at the orb that's rotating around you. And then she looks over towards Morin and then kind of gives a little secretive smile. "Yours will be interesting to read about." So you can tell that she feels like looks more confident and more well informed than she was before she got the rod.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So you're cool with us bringing back Pandorum, or
She shrugs and says, "A mortal choice, but one that seems logical to take. A short-term difficulty for a long-term gain. Hard decisions like those Winter has to make frequently." So she's saying, is it a good idea? Well, in the short term, no. In the long term, yes.
all right?
So
Um, can I hold up my orb to her and say, "I know you must know that this is the Morthak of Iris. It is 4 parts of the whole, and we know where 2 others are. Can you see where the last is?"
an incomplete question, child. Which two do you know?
We know of the one that is with Ondasong, and well, I suppose we do not know, but we believe that one is with the mother, Guinevere, who you saw kill her daughter here on this comet. The last remains a mystery.
So she smiles that hard, cold smile. It is in my care.
I raise an eyebrow.
Is this something you wish, child?
I believe that having seen my future, it seems, with this rod, you know as much as I do that it is something that should be a part of my scheme.
So she shakes her head. Mortal skeins are no business of the Unseelie, nor is sight of future what is given. I have an understanding of the plan. The reason such things were set into motion when all seemed lost. I must act on my own. Skeins and prophecies are things of mortal kind.
Then yes, it is something that I wish.
So she puts her hand aside and she draws something like she's drawing back a curtain. And you see like a curtain of frost appear next to her. And when she pulls it back, you see it looks different because instead of being like a big glass chamber inside of a tree, it instead looks like a bunch of mirrors that are made of like pieces of glass floating on a moving dark sea. But that room where Mother Summer opened the portals, where she spoke the dragon's names, that's the same thing that she's doing. It's just the winter version. So she opens it. She kind of opens her like portal chamber, and then she reaches down into one of them, and then draws her hand out, and in it is one of the orbs.
Well, well.
You can see that there is this sort of halo of energy around the orb in her hand, and you see it's like evaporating. Like she drew from something specifically, kind of like imagine you pick something that was underwater. If you picked it up out of the water and you saw the water sort of like fall off of it as you picked up the object. That's the same thing that you're sensing, only it's like that's energy that you're sensing, not water. Like the aura of power, and you would recognize the signature of the Witch of the Fens.
This is a great gift, and I will do the thing where my orb will absorb
So
that
she
orb.
does the same thing again, where she offers the thing to you but doesn't send it to you. You've
Mhm.
seen like the orbs can float, so she could just command it to float to you, but she doesn't do that. She just holds out her hand and waits for you to take it out of her hand.
I will take it and I will hold it up to my orb.
The orb she holds seamlessly merges into the orb that you hold.
Amazing.
Honestly, I thought Morin would betray us, but I think one of Minnie's kind of dangerous.
This whole party seems like it's gonna have a breaking point.
I don't know why you guys would think that. I am
Oh, I'm just making a tool that can recreate reality.
for good.
So you've got
Good.
you have 6 of 7 now, right? Oh, no, you
5.
got 5 of 7. Sorry, 5 of
Yeah.
7 now.
Yeah. That's exciting.
One of them is with the giant lady, right?
Yeah,
Did
but
she
two remaining.
did
Huh?
she confirm that? Like I mean, because I asked her where the one I didn't know about was, and she said, "Well, what are the ones you do know about?" And she didn't correct me.
She didn't confirm it, but she didn't correct you.
Okay.
You get the impression that those are very similar things.
What do you mean? Like she would have corrected me if I was wrong?
Yeah, she probably would have corrected you if you said something wrong.
Okay. Amazing.
So what does the group want to do here? What does the group want to do now? You've freed the Winter Queen. You might still be able to get more stuff out of her if there are things that you want to do. But the core element here is complete. Like the quest of free the Queen Mab checked off the list. What is the next thing the group wants to go and do? And is there anything you want to do with Queen Mab to enable, the next plan?
Sorry guys, I am starting to crash, so I don't know if I'm gonna make it much longer. And my thoughts are, pardon me.
Sorry, I was agreeing with you.
Yeah, so I don't know. It seems like a good stopping point, and I would like Griffle's input for this as well. So I mean, if everyone's okay with it, if we could just call it here, I would be appreciative.
Yeah, I think for me personally, when you guys complete an objective and you sort of get the ability to talk to one of these figures and you know you can talk to them, having a session end before you go on to do the next thing to kind of leave it open where it's like, oh, I thought about this in the past week and I want to ask this question. And especially if someone is missing, like Griffle wasn't here, I think that is good because you are going to be able to get Griffle back relatively soon. And yeah, basically at the end of this conversation, Queen Mab is going to say something about, I guess she could do it now, where at some point when it's going to be time to leave, if she would basically say that before you leave what remains of my prison, if you are to ever bring back the soul attached to your demence, you're going to need to retrieve it. So basically, you gotta do something about that before you leave, and if you don't, bad things are going to happen. She doesn't think you're going to be able to retrieve it at all.
Okay.
It's Operation Save Griffle.
Is there anything you can do other than show up? Can you give us a dog or I don't know, magical snowflake?
She kind of tilts her head to the side and says, I can give you knowledge, child. Far more powerful than a snowflake or a dog. So she looks at you and then says, the knowledge you need is that you already wage war. Your light is already at battle with the Weaver inside.
Oh, I fucking knew it.
Did you say that?
Did I say that? I said that because I
That sounded
said
like
that.
Kylie saying it, not one.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
one might say it too.
But we don't know.
In my heart, I knew because of what we learned about weavers.
So she'll say, discs and mirrors. You are not prepared to face them directly, but closer to prepared than fighting against the true things that shed the shadows of the ones you've been fighting against the adversary. Take strength in that knowledge. But to go within, to resist in a demence, you must become what they want you to be. To my subjects, I must be Mab. No matter what I was when I was mortal, what I wish to be in office, they must see me all of winter as Mab. You must go and be what you want them to see you as. And if you do not have the stomach to break them into the form that you want them to be to serve you, you have to be willing to let their vision mute your soul, your body, your essence into their paragon. So he's mostly speaking this directly at Filibuster. So my question is, does Filibuster understand what Mab is saying, and does Michael understand what Gary is saying?
Yes. Yes.
Cool.
Sorry, I'm genuinely. I got 5 hours of sleep last night. I'm fading.
It's all good. Yeah, we're at the end of things. But basically, the long and short of it is, at the end of this, like, you guys are going to do this, and then Mab is going to be here still by the time it's done. Right? She's saying, go take care of this before you leave and go anywhere. So if you guys want to keep talking to Mab afterwards, you can go and do that, right? So the part 2 of the conversation with Mab will happen after you get Griffle back.
Cool.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
I
So
had
next
the-
session, Griffle will be with us, but we will be in the Dements.
Yes.
Yeah, we're
So
gonna
next
go
session
live.
and the kind of what will be the end of this part of the conversation, which will probably happen at the end of like recap next time, is Mab is going to, you say, hey, is there something you can do? And she's like, I can give you knowledge. This is what you're fighting. This is how you fight it. This is what you're going to have to do. And then at the end of that, if she thinks that you're sort of picking up what she's putting down, she will then say, then let me show you how you bring others into a domain. Right. So she's like, she gestures towards the curtain as like, I know how to do this. You don't. I can show you how to get it done. And you can tell that when she pulls that curtain back, that's what she's doing. She's not just reaching into some wibbly wobbly place. That's the dements of winter that she's drawing into. Her
Gary, did
version
you
of
and-
your little domain.
Did you and Griffle do the stuff you told me last week?
We did, to a certain extent. Yeah. We had our vignette and it was very fun.
Will we be
Cool.
able to watch that before next session?
I would say you probably
So
want to watch it after.
So
Oh.
no, you don't want to watch it because of the way that we structured it. So
Okay.
The long and short of it is Griffle and I talked for a good chunk of time. And basically what I said is I had a plan of what to do as like a recorded vignette. And then I basically came to the conclusion of I think this would be more fun and more interesting if we had a like an intro and you had a better understanding of what was going on, so you could be the person that's sort of the entry point to explain to the group what's happening, for lack of better terms, to be the quest giver for next time, and kind of give her a tour of what's going on, a summary of stuff, because the actual like story beats and stuff, I think are going to be more fun for the whole group to experience rather than just her. So we did sort of like a summary of things, and she made a couple of decisions that she'll talk to you about. But we didn't record it because all of the decisions were summary decisions, if that makes sense. They were like pure role play stuff.
Gotcha. Cool.
So she knows what's going on. She'll be able to kind of, like I said, be the quest giver for next time. And I'm really excited for that too. I don't know. I've been jonesing to play this game a lot recently. So
We're playing next week.
Yes.
I think so. Saturday. Yeah.
God, are we?
Yeah.
I thought it was the 1st and 15th.
Did you reschedule your game next week, Gary?
No, I didn't. I did not schedule anything for next week. I'm just my brain is melting from the conversation with Josh. Just
Josh can't do the 15th.
he can't do the 15th. Okay.
That's right.
So yes, we can do next week if that is okay with JP.
Speak
Oh,
it 3
sure.
times. Put it into the ether.
Thrice said and thrice done. We'll be
Thrice said.
playing next week.
February
on.
8th. February 8th. February 8th.
Yep, February 8th. Okay, cool. All
Okay,
right. Well,
that was fun. Thanks, guys. Hi, Goggo.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Feel better.
I hope you
Yeah.
guys
Yeah.
hope you guys get
Do
some
A
not
sleep.
happy
apologize.
recovery.
I am just so out of it. It's crazy.
Bye.
Well, this was a lot of fun. I will
Yep.
catch you guys later. Thanks, guys.
See you guys.
Wait. Josh and Kylie, do you guys both need to go?